I've got straight up 12 o'clock. We are at 21. We're missing probably 5 or 6 folks. I'm going to give it another minute and then we'll get started. Welcome back, everybody. We're at 22. We'll give 45 more seconds. Great to see everybody didn't get scared away, or most everybody didn't get scared away from yesterday. All right, I think we have a critical mass. So I am going to go ahead and get started. We have the recording going and the live stream going. And I think we're ready to go. Welcome back. Good morning and good afternoon, depending on where you are. I really think we had a great day yesterday. It was exhausting. It was for me. I'm sure it was for those of you who presented and had to take part in it all day. But we've got so much really valuable information. It's going to take us a long time, days or weeks, to wade through all the details. We have the chats. We have our notes. People send in suggestions. We really thank you all for honoring our requests that we made in the presentation guidelines. All of you really set us forward on a good path with a ton of information and ideas. And some of you have already provided us with some feedback on day one via email and other means, which we greatly appreciate. We welcome any and all help that you wish to provide or suggestions. We'll take them either during the meeting, you can send them afterwards, whatever works. I've already uploaded the recording of yesterday's chat and the video recording to 2 different folders on our team site. If you look under workshop participant information, you'll see one folder for the chat and one folder for the workshop video. So we've got day 1 there and also the pre-workshop call we had a while back. So after we adjourned yesterday, the workshop organizers met for another 2 hours last night to go over what we heard and make some revisions to today's 2 discussion sessions. We made quite a few changes based on what we learned and heard yesterday. So if you had seen some discussion questions in an earlier agenda, they're likely to have changed. So just bear with us on that. And I'm going to take just a little bit of time right now to explain what we plan to do today. So the rest of this workshop, the next 2 days, are a total of 4 2-hour discussion sessions. And note that we're keeping us all in the same group, no breakout or subgroups going on, just because we want everybody working together at once. That's why we try to keep the workshop, at least the interactive participants, it's a relatively small size, but it's still a pretty big group for our discussion. So when we have those discussion sessions, I'd ask that the facilitator will ask that you raise your hand when you have a question or comment, and then the facilitator will try to recognize you in order. That may not always happen perfectly, so just be patient. We'll get to everybody. But if you can raise your hand, that will help us keep things kind of sequenced and under a little bit of control, and also try to remember to lower your hand when you've done your question or comment so that we don't think you have another one right away. And also, I think yesterday, the chat was a really useful function. There was a lot of really valuable back and forth yesterday on the chat. So we invite you to please use that again today as a means for communicating and talking with each other while the sessions are going on. So before I start describing these next 2 sessions for today, just a reminder about the following. We want to have as comprehensive a discussion as possible and make sure we give everyone a time to have their input, and no input is bad input. We want everything you're thinking. But given our time limitations, we do have to be careful not to let ourselves get too deep into details about any one thing we might be talking about. And sometimes the facilitator may have to pull us back up a little bit and on to the next subject matter. We will try to keep a good balance between as much free and open discussion as possible, but try to avoid getting wrapped around the axle on any one topic given our limited time. And again, we've got a bunch of bright, smart people here, and I know there's going to be really interesting things discussed, and it will be our tendency usually to try to really dive into it deep, but we're going to have to resist that urge. We just don't have the time. These next 4 sessions over 2 days, we try to design as a logical progression, starting with broad discussion and then narrowing down to what we hope to achieve by the end of the workshop. If you remember, that's some number of approaches, tools, whatever the right words are, that could be shared across multiple landscapes where we learn from each other and we bring something out of this that's greater than just the individual efforts themselves, but we are something bigger and better as a whole. And remember that this is a pilot effort, or we also call it a proof of concept. If it proves successful, it will help lay the foundation for more comprehensive and integrative efforts. So, we're going to hear, and I've already heard some suggestions for pretty broad scale and far reaching ideas, which are all great ideas, and we're going to be capturing all of those ideas. But it may be that we have to focus a little bit on the more narrow focus by we get the end of day 3. So the first session, we're going to start here in just a minute, is going to be facilitated by me, and it consists of 2 parts. The first part, which we will devote up to 30 minutes or so, roughly, not a hard stop, is to ask all of you to ask any clarifying questions of the presenters. I know we had limited time yesterday, 2 minutes after each talk, and then that 15-minute after each 5 or 6 talks to ask questions. And you may have had more questions come up in your mind over the evening and this morning. And this is the opportunity to get the information you need that might help you form your opinions for the rest of the workshop. And the second part of this first session is to have more of a brainstorming session designed to gather information from all of you regarding 2 things, or 3 things actually. What common themes did you hear yesterday? So our first thing we'll launch into is more of a brainstorming exercise, free thinking. We'll use Mentimeter for that, and we'll explain that more as we get to that point. And then we have some other questions that we'll use on Jamboard and allow you to enter things manually on Jamboard. And they were the 2 questions that I left you with at the end of yesterday. First of all, what tools and approaches do you use that you think might be useful in other landscapes? And then we're going to ask you that from the opposite direction. What did you hear about in other landscapes that might be useful in yours? So those will be 2 separate Jamboard sessions that we're asking for your input. And then as we move into the second, that's 2 hours. We'll have a break between them. And then we'll move into the second session. It's going to be facilitated by John Hortness. And it's designed to build on and extend the results of the first session. And each subsequent session will be hopefully narrowing down and getting us closer to our endpoint. And I'm going to turn it over to John now to see if you want to provide a little bit of description for that second section here up front.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. And the first thing I'll note is, as Nick mentioned, it's definitely going to be iterative through the day and into tomorrow. And so depending on how this first session goes, we may even adjust on the fly and tweak a little bit later this afternoon on how we focus. But as of right now, the way we kind of have this mapped out is, as Nick noted, looking a lot about the commonalities, trying to identify those tools that are approaches that could be transferable between areas and beneficial in other areas, kind of without any sidebars, really just opening up, having that big brainstorming session, see what possibilities might lie out there. And then in the afternoon, after the break, we're going to start to put up a few sidebars. First thing we want to focus on then is kind of shifting a bit and looking at the stakeholder questions and starting to maybe map those out. What kind of questions, and we heard a lot of this yesterday, what are some of those really big issues, topics, questions that our stakeholders have in these large landscapes, and start to see if we can map out some of those commonalities. And then in part 2 of the second session, that's where we want to begin to start melding those together. Some of the outcomes that we get in this first session related to tools and methodologies, approaches, and starting to see if we can align those a bit to the stakeholder questions as kind of a first cut. And then if everything flows correctly and well, tomorrow we'll start to fine tune and start to zero in more, as Nick mentioned, on trying to come out with more of a, those 3 to 5 potentially that we can work with, while at the same time capturing all of this other information that we know is going to be valuable and useful and likely used in other places, in other mechanisms, as we move forward, second workshop, whatever that might look like. So that's at a high level what we're hoping to accomplish today, and then how it feeds into tomorrow. So Nick, I think that it's good for now. But again, I reserve the right. We may tweak a little bit on the fly depending on how this first session goes.
Hey, thanks, John. And I would like to open it up now just to our organizers. Any other words of wisdom any of you might want to add before we get started in session one?
Hey, Nick, it's this is Mike, just speaking as the note taker for the first session. We're going to be relying, I think, a lot on the input that we get to Menti and Jamboard. So while you should try to be brief and succinct in your comments, please try to be unambiguous. Don't use expressions or acronyms that everybody won't know, just to be sure we can interpret it later. So thanks.
Perfect.
Hey, Nick, I would add one more thing too. You'll notice when folks start populating the Jamboard that you may see that a comment or a sticky might be similar to what you are thinking about. If you want to try to associate your sticky closer to maybe another sticky that might seem like it connects, feel free to, if you see that, have that observation, feel free to do that.
Anybody else? Just any quick questions, clarifying questions from the participants? What we said makes sense? Anything you need to ask now is a good time. We've got, we're a little ahead of schedule, which is good. Okay.
This is Neil. I have a question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Nick.
I know Ken and I just came out of a meeting that just ended. Can I have like a 3-minute break to grab some water before we start?
We'll do that. And since we did say we'd try to keep on time, we'll give 3 minutes. We'll start at 12:15.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. Good idea. And Nick, I will highlight that Neil and I just learned that we all talk way too fast and jam too much information into something. So if Neil and I start talking really slowly, you'll just know it was a very effective workshop we just left. So.
Was it a communication workshop, I take it?
Yeah, it was. Some of you may know the Alda Center for Science Communication. And so it was one of their training efforts, and what I particularly liked is it stretches us outside of what most of us typically know as scientists of develop your PowerPoint, stick to your messages in a very rote presentation. And they were much more about developing your improv skills to know your audience, sense where they are, and build off cues and feedback and just communicate in a more direct conversational way. So it's a really, really neat approach.
Did they encourage us to use big, long, complicated, and unidentifiable acronyms?
Precisely the other way, as you would think. I almost put that in the chat yesterday that we are all on our A game with acronyms in this workshop. So I've seen some really creative, really good ones. And it's just interesting. We're so used to having all of our materials reviewed and approved, particularly PowerPoints and that kind of thing. And this stretched us in that uncomfortable way of saying, be willing to step away from that and share your messages differently if you need to.
Interesting.
So
when I worked for the South Florida Water Management District, and anyone gives a presentation to the governing board, right up next to the podium is a jar, and if you use an acronym, the speaker has to drop a quarter in the jar. And
very nice.
That jar filled up quickly. I'm not sure what it was eventually used for. Maybe some communication training.
For restoration or communication training. So, yeah, so it was very effective. I think it was very effective, and good to let us all think about things a little differently and not use our jargons and acronyms. So.
All right, I think, wait, give it one more minute here. I think Mike had to step away for a second. We'll be back. It's not quite 12:15. I know this, at least for Eastern time zone folks, this puts a crimp on the regular lunchtime.
Nick, I haven't seen any messages in the chat to indicate anyone has had trouble with Jamboard. Did y'all cover that right before I jumped on? Or I guess people would have told us if they had a problem.
I'm hoping they would have told us by now.
Absolutely.
Well, I guess we'll be testing that here shortly.
Yep.
Hey, Nick, I'm back and ready to rock and roll.
All right. So let's just dive on into it. Again, this is your opportunity to ask presenters for from yesterday. Any clarifying, more in-depth questions? And so just please, if you're ready, I just ask you to raise your hand and we'll identify people hopefully in some order. I know it's going to be, somebody's got to be brave and jump out and do. I know that everybody didn't understand everything about all of them, so hopefully we got a few. All right, Kelly, you get to start.
Maybe, if I can unlock everything. I just have a general question to the group. Since our charge is climate change, there was a lot of great talks, a lot of deep science, and I don't know if I connected how everybody was incorporating climate change into their studies. Were they using downscaled? Was it the CMIP5 scenarios like I use? Was it something else? And one of my interests is if we can get a list of those, or anybody who has any suggestions, that would be great for me. I use the stuff that, Lauren Hay and Greg McCabe have done, if you're familiar with their work, downscaled CMIP5 scenarios. I think there are CMIP5 and 3, but we chose 5. Just any thoughts on that? Like, did you guys look at that and go a different direction? Is it 1 or 2 scenarios that are better in your region than another region? That'd be key for me, to at least set, because I know we talked about key endpoints, which I think we might deviate from a little bit from I'm an inland person. I saw a lot of wetlands and coastal stuff that techniques might be able to transfer, but the endpoint, I don't know if it will. Sea level rise, as we mentioned, isn't really a concern for us yet, maybe in a million years.
Yeah,
but so stuff like that, I see some stuff in the comments, so please help.
Yeah, John replied, and then Owen. I may not get everybody in order, but I'll get everybody. So Owen.
Yeah, that's a good thing to think about in terms of the differences in the methods that we use in integrating and pulling in the climate data and who we work with and as climate scientists and what their opinions are. And certainly as an ecologist, I follow the lead of my climate science folks, collaborators within the CASC, especially in the North Central CASC in Colorado. And they've encouraged me to use best practices as incorporating the full suite of models and futures, which sometimes means projecting 64 different futures and trying to translate that to management agencies can be tricky, and certainly is a challenge for me, and something that as an ecologist, I'm like, isn't there like an easier way to figure out or to digest, or to at least say for our region in the middle of the continent, which models work better than others, and just pare that down a little bit. And then the opposite is the scenario planning type approach, where you can identify certain scenarios based off of that full suite of models that could potentially lead to interesting futures for whatever response variables you're looking for. And so that's sort of, I bounce between those. Use all, and then actually go with some scenario planning exercises. And that's what I've been doing lately. And usually I use downscaled Maca and GridMet.
All right, thank you, Karen.
Hi, good morning. I think this is a really good question because it depends on your audience, is what I have found. So as a scientist, I use the ones that are most common, but for managers, for their agencies or the state itself, they may be wanting to plan for certain scenarios. It's like a social science experiment. So like here in California, the Coastal Commission requires planning at 1.5 meters sea level rise. Doesn't matter when or how, but they're requiring that for the state. But for example, I work in Florida some, and they don't want to see the highest scenarios. They want to see the more kind of realistic ones, quote. And so it's because it sort of depends who your end user is. I mean, as a scientist, I think we're supposed to like not create the science people want to see, right? So like, picking a range of scenarios is appropriate, but it depends on people on if they want to plan for the worst case scenario, the best case scenario, or something in between. And I don't work in arid lands, but here in the West, I mean, in California, we could have more rain or less rain. It could be way hotter or a little hotter. Like it's so an extreme, not clear trajectory, depending on where you are in the state. So, I mean, in terms of sea level rise, I use SWEET et al. Like everyone else. However, I can tell you that here in the state of California, that they actually, planners need to plan for certain scenarios that are driven by the states. So it kind of depends who we're communicating to is sort of my final answer. And I did want to bring up, at least scientifically, what we are leaning more towards is the threshold approach, because the greenhouse gas emission and especially sea level rise and climate scenarios, like they're always evolving. Like as soon as I learn about one, I feel like it's already out of date. So, you know, like how much temperature increase can my ecosystem withstand, right? You know, you guys know what I'm talking about, versus like this is the emission scenario. So it just really depends on your audience, which I'm sure everyone would agree here.
Great, thank you, John.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting and worthwhile question to think a little bit about. And part of it may come down to, you know, what the purpose is. You know, for our work, we're trying to provide agencies with information that's going to guide decisions that presumably will have, you know, many decades of consequences, as I think we all are. So I feel like the approach I've taken is that we try to be pretty comprehensive as we reasonably can in representing the uncertainty and the sources of uncertainty. And I think to just sort of pick a few different models and go with those, you know, can be really useful thought exercises, but they don't provide the agencies, I think, the sort of clear, robust depiction of kind of the uncertainties and what they expect in the future. So we run 2 different GCMs or 2 different RCPs, each with about 20 GCMs, and we do choose those that have hindcasts that have the best performance for the Western US. And then we work hard to make all that data available to our partners, and then they can kind of cherry pick that. And if they want to look at scenarios, they can do that. If they want to look at what we call kind of robust changes, which is changes where more than 90% of the climate models agree in the direction of change, then they can look at those kind of measures. They can be used a lot of ways, but this does mean that we end up often doing like 80 futures, and it's a huge pain in the butt, no doubt. But, you know, with the computing facilities we have available to us now, I feel like there's very limited excuses not to do that anymore. And I think it's important for us because it provides an envelope of future worlds that is important to communicate to the resource managers. So that's the approach that we try to take, even though it's more work than I would like to have to deal with all the time.
Thank you. Sasha.
I agree with everything that's been said, and John does the work, so I don't have to do that. 2 additional points that I wanted to make that I think are interesting. And one is that we're also doing near-term weather forecasts too. So it's not always long future 2100 climate models that trying to use weather data to get at more of what's next year going to bring, which is cool. And I think something worth talking about. And then I think the second thing too is with CMIP and other things like that, looking at where the models diverge, not only with what, you know, the things they say that are going to be the same, we're pretty sure we're going to get drier here, but where are things not represented away in the models that we could use, and how can we help inform that uncertainty to try to not only improve the models, but give better forecasts of the future, and to think about that as an example too. You know, we have summer monsoons in a lot of the Southwest, summer precipitation that can be really important, and there's not a lot of convergence in the models in terms of how will they change in timing and amount and stuff like that, even though it's very important. So a lot of our experiments try to vary that monsoon change in a way that we can understand what different changes would mean. So as we are able to improve our forecasts, we'd have the information we needed no matter what the direction of change is, because we're trying to understand how the system works and responds to that variability of change.
Great. Thank you. Tanya.
So first, I'm glad Sasha said the bit about, you know, the near forecasts. I think that there are historical sites spread around the country that have a long enough record that Mark Williams did this in the Maumee River Basin, was able to really kind of show what's already changing. And that's a lot more tangible for a lot of our stakeholders than thinking about 2100. They can really think about what the last couple of years of production have been like and how they've been completely inconsistent and things like that. We know that that's related to what's expected to happen, but we don't have to have that conversation as much as just how to deal with what's going on right now. The other thing is that specifically for evapotranspiration, another thing that we've done is estimate it in a couple of different ways in terms of getting at that plant soil water and what that means for forest health. And for example, which month compared to historically, when you see the soil water starting to run out, during which month might we start seeing it run out instead? And we've compared, things like Hammond, which is estimated to be high, obviously, because it's specifically temperature driven, to just solar radiation budget driven, potentially evapotranspiration. And that helps give another kind of understandable metric of, of uncertainty, really, that likely that soil water is likely to run out somewhere, 1 to 2 months earlier, but we're not trying to give you one exact number and explain the range. And so that's also helped. And then I threw in one reference, which you've probably already used a little bit, Kelly, given the research group, but that talks a little bit about which GCMs work in different areas of the country. It was CMIP 3, but my understanding is most of the CMIP 5s are based on similar approaches, so with improvements, but.
Nick, you're on mute.
My dogs were barking, so I was trying to be proactive. One of the things, I didn't give a presentation, but I thought it'd be good to throw something in here from South Florida, from some previous work we've done, I've been involved with, is we actually had a postdoc working on downscaling for a couple of years, trying to, because South Florida is 1 pixel, right, in a lot of these models, and we really want better information, especially in a water-driven ecosystem like the Everglades. And the one thing we found in a little modeling exercise was that what we thought would be a modest impact was from, we asked what would happen to water levels with an increase of 10% or a decrease of 10% in long-term rainfall, just 10%, coupled with warming. And it scared the heck out of us under the warm scenario, the minus 10% rainfall scenario. We had multi-year periods when Lake Okeechobee was 5 feet below anything it's ever experienced in its history, just due to the increased variability in the signal that was coming out of these models. Scared people to death. And it also reinforced the need, in Florida, we are very vulnerable to sea level rise. I forget the number, 1,500 miles of coastline, whatever it is. It's a lot, all very flat land, and a lot of problems associated with that. But it's been a little bit of a challenge to get our restoration planners to think about long-term precipitation changes. And so I don't know if anybody else is facing that same thing, but it's been a little bit of a struggle here, and one that we keep trying to work on. Some more things popped up in chat, so people take a look at that. Another topic or a question for a presenter or clarification? Neil.
Yeah, thank you. I had a general, well, specific question, but general to both the dry lands and the prairie potholes. And you guys probably covered it, but I forgot. So if you could just briefly, explain what you know about the recovery of the desired habitat after it's lost to whatever the stressor is, whether it's, temperature, precipitation, or invasives. Is it known how rapidly things recover? Do they recover, or do they translate to some other adjacent, biome, or are they just gone? How much do you know about that, and what are the timescales of those recoveries and migrations, as far as you know, with the data you have?
Neil, I missed it. Were you asking anyone, or did you?
Well, I was thinking specifically about the dryland stuff you guys showed yesterday, and then the prairie potholes.
Yeah,
Looking
for the
at the recovery.
drylands stuff, I think, and John and Mike can weigh in, but I think we're definitely seeing shifts to new ecosystem types. And a timescale is a little bit tough. As an example, John and I have a project looking at pinyon juniper recovery following fire in Mesa Verde National Park and on Mountain Ute lands in southern Colorado and south of Colorado. And the managers there reached out to us to start the study because they don't think pinyon and juniper are coming back now after fire. And so we've done a lot of, and it's still possible those communities could come back in a hundreds of year time scale, but the times that they expected from past observations to see pinyon and juniper babies coming in, we didn't see in our analyses. And I think there's a good chance that those systems are shifting to non-tree systems. I think there are some of the interesting things that we learned related to your question. I think, climate change and the conditions potentially no longer being favorable for the regeneration of those species, but also we're seeing really interesting patterns with grasses that are planted following fire. They're not invasive grasses, or they're not exotic grasses usually anymore, but they could be out competing the plants that they want to see in the long term in a way that actually hinders the endpoint recovery and transitions the system to a new trajectory. And so that's something that we're following up on too. But I think we're seeing state changes in drylands of the Southwest related to climate change, and that sometimes we see them following disturbance in a way that is more clear, but the timelines are a challenge to be sure that it's not coming back. It's just taking a lot longer. It could be, but the managers are really concerned about what seem like new systems.
Yeah, just to follow up on that quickly, I agree with everything Sasha said. And one way to think about it, at least the way I sort of think about it, is that these sort of long-term directional changes that sort of push conditions outside of what the existing plant community established in. And you don't really notice that until something causes the system to need to recover. And that recovery in drylands is I think there's reasons to think that in many cases, it's the most climate sensitive sort of part of the system's dynamics. And so once you see a need to recover, then you see failed recovery. And this need to recover can come after a wildfire, it can be after development, it can be after an extreme drought event that maybe is a climate change event, or maybe it was something that would have occurred before that caused a mass mortality. And now the system has to recover and it doesn't come back in the same way that it used to. And so we're seeing this sort of almost punctuated equilibrium as things change gradually over time, where it kind of looks fine. And then we start to see systems and locations blink into a transformation into a new state. And I think it's getting a handle on, how do we promote recovery to something that we want? Because if we don't promote recovery to something we want, in a lot of cases, we get these invasive or at least exotic and maybe undesirable states that really undermine the use of these systems. So hopefully that helps a little bit. The time frame is, I don't know, it's hard to know exactly, but it's certainly accelerating.
Hey, Mike.
I'm gonna let somebody else go first. I'm having network issues I'm trying to resolve.
Okay, Dave.
Yeah, this is a bit tangential, but I think it's probably as good a time as any to talk about it. As federal science centers, I think we're in a better position than most places to kind of resist a trend that I've seen long term, which is, it's very appealing to develop models and simulations, but to keep them grounded in empirical reality is becoming an increasing problem, particularly when we deal with vertebrates. I just see this after being in academia for a couple decades, that it's just harder and harder to do that. So most people are shifting to in silico rather than maintaining some grounding in that empirical world, and they're not either or, I think. So I think we have a responsibility to make sure that we maintain that strong integration to reality, whether it be monitoring or designed experiments that punctuate longer term data collection and experimentation. Again, that also has become much harder to do in academia for a variety of reasons. When you look at permitting, just the challenges with infrastructure, the inability to maintain long-term programs, they have to be more and more entrepreneurial, and it becomes a huge obstacle for academics and other groups. So we as a federal entity, I think, are one of the few groups that are uniquely positioned to maintain that. And I think if we keep that in mind as we continue on, I think that'll be a real service to the profession overall. Thanks.
Okay. Mike, how you doing?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I think
lose
maybe
you.
you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, we never
Okay.
lost you. So
Okay. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. In the prairies, we've got two main ecosystems: grassland ecosystems and wetland ecosystems, and our grass in both of them are affected by climate and land use change, kind of going on at the same time, and so in many cases, there's ongoing restoration of the grassland ecosystems, and they've been largely successful if they can restore the sort of the natural regime of disturbance. That's kind of been sort of key in the system, is sort of getting something that resembles our native communities back in the grassland ecosystems. And so and I believe, I don't have a tremendous amount of knowledge about grassland ecosystems to speak to how resilient they will be to climate change, but at least in our observations of Earth, seeing how our partners are putting these things back, and they're being relatively successful with it, as long as they can maintain the disturbance regime. For wetlands, it's pretty it's kind of climate and land use are working along the same lines of shifting our hydrologic regimes towards more permanent states, basically. And there has been some success in restoring those when you can actually restore wetlands back to where they were, plugged ditches, plugged drains, basically. But we're kind of, we don't have probably good enough information on that, because the restoration that happens isn't done in a way that is probably what's needed to affect the kind of change that we're probably looking for to restore the hydrology of these systems, because most of our land is private, and so they need willing landowners. And so in order to be strategic about restoration, you need to restore a certain amount of them within a watershed to have an effect on the overall watershed dynamics. Most likely is kind of what we're seeing, and that is a rare thing to have happen in practice. And I think I'm maybe just going to queue up Owen here. He's got his hand up also, and he can probably fill in some more on that, because I think he's played with simulations and stuff on that front.
go ahead, Owen.
Sure, yeah, we could do the 1-2 prairie pothole punch here.
ahead.
So to kind of go back to that recovery rate question, shifts to new ecosystems. As Mike was saying, yeah, we're kind of at the mercy of the cropland or the grassland to cropland conversion story up here, but we're also sort of dealing with these big weather patterns that come through in the middle of the continent, and we've kind of been in this almost 30-year wet period that has shifted our wetland ecosystems out of that kind of natural wet dry dynamics that they had from when the textbooks were written about what prairie pothole wetlands do and what to expect for a certain type of wetland, and putting them in categories and things. And so we've seen more of a shift to, like, as Mike said, more of a stable lakeification, and that convergence towards more stable water on the landscape is magnified by that the consolidation drainage as well, and a loss of smaller wetlands that are more flashy and can melt earlier and provide different resources for migratory birds and things like that. So on the landscape level, what we're seeing is, yeah, we're thinking about these questions of what happens if we shift to a 30-year drought, and what happens to all these big stable bodies of water and they go back, and what happens to the chemistry of that, and all the different fun things that the waters and the agricultural lands have kind of built up over time, and what's the effect on the biology. Yeah, I think these are things that we think about on the landscape scale, and that convergence to stable systems, more stable systems, has made it easier for generalist species and invasive cattails and things like that to come just rolling through and take advantage of that stability with that loss of the unstableness in our systems. So yeah, it's a big experiment, and a lot of it's driven by our big changes in climate from wet to dry cycles too.
Thank you. And I got Camille and then Tanya on deck, and then I think we'll move into our next part of this after you two. So go ahead, Camille.
Thanks. So yeah, along the northern Gulf of Mexico, we have in coastal wetlands, we've observed several of these large, massive die-offs, dieback events in both mangrove wetlands as well as herbaceous marshes. And these are typically caused by an extreme climatic event like an extreme freeze, extreme drought, precipitation. And I really agree with what Dave said about our, ability to have these long-term monitoring programs in place to capture these events. But even, as a federal agency, it's really hard to maintain a monitoring program that's robust enough to capture these events. And for example, in Louisiana, we had this monitoring program where we would fly aerial surveys every year looking for these marsh dieback events. And it's hard to keep those up. And often we don't capture the information that we're looking for. And so one thing that I think is really useful and something we can take advantage of is the historical imagery data from satellites, and looking at historical events, finding where those events have taken place, when they've taken place, and what kind of climate stressors there are, or climate extremes they're associated with. And that, again, I agree with you, Dave, is really important for us to ground our future scenarios by understanding the patterns that have occurred historically. And we have that really great resource of imagery data that's just continuing to grow over time.
Thank you. And to wrap it up, Tanya.
So Camille, I'm so glad you said that, because John, I was pinging John last night that I think the opportunities of digging into the historical data, even in an agricultural environment, where we could look at big shifts that had to do with individual years of weather and flooding, or the opposite, would be great. But the other thing that I was wondering is that one of the new conservation management techniques that is, there are a couple different ways that the agricultural community is being prompted to think about having enough water availability for as we move into the drier seasons moving forward. One is, maybe taking your tile drainage and putting it all into a lake and holding, or like a retention, and holding it there and then being able to irrigate it with it later. The goal is to avoid drawing down the groundwater table, where everybody turns to irrigation, which is already happening in a landscape that used to be all rain fed. Some of you may know. But another option is this concept of managed drainage, where, we have these tile drain systems, which their entire reason for being is to pull water out of the soil and help the landscape dry as quickly as possible. The density of that drainage has really accelerated over the past 2 decades. This is one of the things that makes it very difficult to find climatic signatures in a lot of the hydrology of this area. But one of the very expensive mechanisms is to, or much more expensive, is to actually have boards, which essentially can keep water in your soil at a certain level of your choosing. The idea being that if you keep the water in the soil, you're helping with the denitrification, you're decreasing the risk that if all of a sudden it stops raining, that you have some water available in your soil and things like that. But I was wondering if there's any talk about, for example, in the prairie pothole region, if that type of approach could be integrated into helping the landscape recover, so that there could be a new way maybe of connecting the larger and the smaller ponds while still maybe keeping enough land in production that you could balance the two stakeholder groups. I hadn't really thought about it until you were talking about the small ponds. Is there any utility to thinking about that type of bridging of communities?
Great. So that's a question that we'll put up on the list. I think we're going to go ahead and move on to our next session. And this will be an interesting one. This is kind of your first really good chance at just throwing stuff on the wall and see what sticks. We want to see what all of you thought from yesterday's presentations and what you heard. Like I said, the organizers met last night. We did our own version of this, but we don't want to share that with you. We want to see what you think. And we also don't want you to know necessarily what each other thinks, at least right at the beginning. And the way we're going to do this is Mentimeter. And what will happen is there's a question posed, and don't go to the link. Yeah, Breck has posted it there. But we're just basically asking you, what were the common themes you heard yesterday? What kinds of things did you hear that seemed to be similar approaches or similar disciplinary tools used across these different ecosystems? And we're going to give you, when you go to that link, and actually this is you have the, yeah, okay. We're going to go to that link. We're going to have you write this in, and you get a maximum of 3 each. And please try to use very concise wording, not long, because this is all going to pop up on a screen after we're done, and we're going to work through it a little bit and look at commonalities. So try not to put a sentence in. Try to put short phrases. Don't use don't use acronyms or things like that. And again, limit it to 3. And so the results are going to be hidden for a while. We give you a few minutes to put in the top 3 things that you think were common from yesterday's presentations. Anybody have any quick questions before we dive into it?
So Nick, this is Ken. My very simple question is, I presume the organizers are not entering any information at this time. It will only be subject matter experts.
Good point. That was the assumption, yes.
Thank you.
We're tired of hearing.
Exactly. I know what you think.
Yeah, right. All right. So everybody should be able to click on that link that Breck put in the chat, and please go ahead and start your entry. And maybe what you could do is, when you're done, is raise your hand so we can see when everybody's done. Maybe that would work. And Tanya, maybe go ahead and lower your hand if you would from your question. All right.
One question.
Sure, go ahead.
Was that supposed to be 3 separate submissions?
Yes.
Or okay, I already screwed it up.
I let Brett. Is that right, Breck, or is it together?
It can be separate, and 3 different bubbles will come up. If you did it all in one, that's fine.
Yeah,
we'll still be able to see it.
And you guys said to be specific, right? Not just,
yeah.
Okay.
Something that everybody else is going to understand what you meant. Clear enough that It's just easier this way for me to see still who needs a little extra time, I think. We have got Greg, Ken, got a few. Looks like we're waiting for 2 more to be done. There's no rush. Just when I have Mike, still waiting for Mike and Eric. All right, I think that's every participant, isn't it? I think everybody's done. Is anybody not done yet? Need a little more time? Okay, you can lower your hands. And now, Breck, if you would share the results, and let's take a look. So how many down do we have on your screen there? There's probably no way to shrink it and see them all at once, right?
Correct. I will just need to scroll down.
Okay, so let's go back to the top then. And so just take a minute and go down through those in your mind. You might want to take a few notes. Restoration, prediction, thresholds. I'm going to start trying to. I was going to ask the organizers if you could help us, as you're going through this, be thinking of some common groupings too, but we'll all be doing that.
So Breck, there was a question in the chat about can it be exported to a word cloud? And I think it's fair to say we purposefully avoided that just because we knew, for example, threshold spatial tipping points is kind of similar to another tipping point I saw, but it wouldn't map together because they're different words. So that's kind of why we didn't do a word cloud, or do you see an alternative that might work?
Correct. I was just typing that in the chat. That's why we chose not to use a word cloud, but I will be able to have these results in an Excel file, which will allow me to easily sort them together.
That's perfect.
I was going to, one thing that we didn't think about, and this may fall under the category of changing some things on the fly. How hard is it to export it to that Excel file that might be something we could look at on one screen?
If you would just give me maybe about like 3 minutes, I can exit out and I can download the results.
Does that sound okay, everybody? Just gives you a little 5-minute bio break or something, because I think it's going to be hard to scroll back and forth and see everything. It might be easier to see it on an Excel file. Excuse me. Yep, thanks, Brick. So if anyone, we'll take 5 minutes and come back at 1 o'clock. If you need to go away, take a stretch, grab a water or something. I'll be right back. Breck, you're doing great under pressure.
So this column here will have all of the results that were submitted into the
Yeah.
Menti.
Like I say, you could delete the first 3 columns, right? We don't really need that. And then that way we can zoom in just a little bit. And if we, because we could zoom in quite a bit, yeah, that's good. We'll just wait to give people 2 more minutes to get back here.
So Breck, what's in the columns to the right? This is Ken. I'm sorry if I missed that.
So
Oh,
these columns are the same.
She moved everything into just one column on the left.
Yes.
Right. So it's just
One
yeah.
participant. So for example, this participant included prediction, they included sea level rise, and they included vulnerability as common themes. They saw.
understood. That was their 3 selections. So now you've concatenated it into column A.
Correct.
Yep.
Thank you.
So I don't know how well we can do this on the fly. We've still got some time in this session. Maybe we could start thinking about putting some different colors, like having one color for similar responses instead of trying to move them all around. Exactly. So thresholds and anything else, row 11.
Yeah. Row 31 is thresholds.
31. I think that was restoration. There you go.
Row 36 is also restoration, Breck.
Other people will be looking at this too and start to jump in with suggestions for common.
Hey, Nick and Breck, whoever's sharing the screen, we've got a request to increase the size of the size of what we're seeing on the screen for readability.
Thank you. Okay.
Modeling is another category that has multiple.
Remember what row? Where's the first modeling one? Let's see. 25. Yeah. 26.
18.
No, just 25, not 26. Sorry. Yeah, 18. Let's see what other miles.
There's more further down.
Yeah, there's more further down. Another one's going to be decision support.
40 is models.
40. And there's more decision support up higher too. Sorry, I know we're making everybody dizzy.
Connectivity is a multiple category too.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. And number 14, wait a minute. 14 should be yellow. Row 14 should be yellow. I am so glad she's doing this and it's not me trying to do it.
Running out of colors.
That's all right. We'll probably stop grouping after this. It's just a first shot.
I know I saw another engagement one for stakeholders, so if somebody sees that, please let me know. I seem to have lost it.
Just a random thought, but if you add a column to the left of the description, you could use numbers and then you could filter on the numbers.
So, yeah. That's a good point.
Are people back from the break? If not, I can go off screen and try and do that. But
I think for now, we can have some discussion about it real quick. We've got a few minutes left. We got another 10 minutes. We can talk about this a little bit. So would we end up with 4 or 5 categories?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I got 6. So we'll just start from the top. And so we have a stakeholder. We had row 5. I think we had 2 or 3 of the stakeholders. 44, 5, 44, and is that just 2? Okay, then go back up. If you go back to the top, another common one that seemed to be, I'll just say the yellow seemed to be a lot. The thresholds, tipping points, thresholds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on that view. 6, good. And then I guess I should have told everybody that you can't put the same 3 in. Hopefully nobody did that. Put the same one in 3. I'm sure they didn't. We have connectivity. 1, 2. There's 2 of them there. 3. All right. 4. I think there's 4 total connectivities. So this is giving us a sense. You know, it's not that we're going to be able to do a lot with this information right now, other than to point out some commonality. And if we go back up to the top again, and let's leave that page on, just go all the way to the top, and just give you a minute to read down to things that were maybe only mentioned once. That doesn't mean they're not important. So just take a moment to look I'll give you about a minute for everybody to scan this page themselves and just think about it.
Ret 10 can be gray too with connectivity.
All right, let's scroll down to put row 25 at the top. What's our last row? 48 is our last row, isn't it? I think. Yeah, so give you another minute to just look down this list of things. All right, would anybody have any comments they would like to make from what they see up here? Just raise your hand. I think I can see everyone. Let me open my participant list here so I make sure I don't miss anybody. Anybody have any comments?
Karen has her hand raised.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi. Well, one of my observations is that some of these are methods and some of them are topics. So there's a bit of a distinction on what people took away from that.
Yeah. Yeah, we were just asking for what did they see as common things without, specifying what common things they had to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good observation. Anybody else? while we're thinking to see if anybody else has any comments, what we're going to do is we're going to reorganize this spreadsheet sort of based on those groupings. And I think John Hortness has indicated that he would likely use that as part of session 2. And so after, I think what we'll do is after Breck has a chance to reorganize this and work on it a little bit, we'll email it to everybody. Is that correct, Breck? So everybody will have it on their computer, make it a little easier to look at.
Yes, I can send it to the coordinators. I personally do not have the emails to everyone.
Yeah, just send it to me, and I have the group names for everybody,
Okay, thank you.
and I'll send it to everybody. Any other comments? And if not, we're going to move on to the next exercise.
Hey, Nick.
Go ahead.
Just a quick in the chat from Camille said we could group some of the water related entries as a comment.
Okay. Good.
And I guess, Nick, I'll offer one other observation. We're seeing these great commonalities, and this builds on what Mike Chakowski sort of shared earlier today. As we move forward in this progressive discussion, I see us building out more detail behind all of these. So some of the topics I think are, full sentences and much more detailed than others. But for now, I think it's really great to see this level of commonality. It'll allow us to combine some, and then we can flesh them out with more detail. So don't fear if you see just a topic and you go, I'm not sure yet what that is. We'll probably have good opportunities to build it out.
Yeah, good point. I'd also, like I said before, if something was only mentioned once, doesn't mean it'll not make it to the final list. This was not an intent to vote, but it was just start to give us some form to our thinking. Anybody, any of the other organizers have a comment or participants? Otherwise, I think we'll go on to the next.
We have a hand raised, Tanya.
Sorry, go ahead. Thank you for noting that, Tanya.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it seems like the decision support tools link the stakeholders and the model predictions. I guess they're kind of 3 different things, but
yeah, that
integrated.
Which row was that?
Well, I guess right now they're separate.
Oh, you think, okay. Because I was thinking, there are some others that are more than one thing, like 10. I think 10 is more than one element as well. So I think we're going to see a little bit of that, but that's all right. This is an imperfect exercise just to give us some start on our thinking process.
Nick, I think what Tanya was actually suggesting is maybe the other way, that they may end up being aggregated into one concept as well. So it flows both ways.
Goes both ways, understood. Okay, let's switch over to the Jamboard. We'll do our next exercise. And this next one is where we're asking you to write down on the Jamboard what tools, approaches, or applications do you use that might be useful in other landscapes you heard about yesterday. So again, here the idea would be, are there things that, you describe, but I'll just pick on Stephanie Romaniak because I know Stephanie, she has a tool. Did she see any other places, any other landscapes where you think that would be something that would be good to do? So let's take a shot at that. Remember, the one after this is going to be the reverse of that. Breck has put the link to this Jamboard question there in the chat. So please, everyone, go ahead and go to that, and you can start your editing directly. And I would also say, Breck, we have if we run out of space on this page, we have another page we can move to, correct? Yep. So if people are writing things down, if we get to the point where you can't fit anything, just switch over to the other page. And I see people are already doing this. grouping things that are similar to what others might say. And again, the presumption would be here that we're focusing mainly here on the participants, not the organizers. I should have arranged for some background music while we're doing this. Soft jazz or something.
Hey, can I make a request? Whoever put up the sticky that says services provided outside a given PES, could you please make that a little clearer?
I didn't ask this specifically, but if you want to add to your sticky note, if you are talking about a tool, where else you might think it could be applied? What other landscape, if that's not going to make it too cluttered? But if you see something like there's a particular tool that you thought would be great in the prairie pothole region or on the Gulf Coast, you could add to that.
And hey, Breck, same kind of question we asked before with Menti. You'll be able to output each of these sticky notes as a kind of an Excel table?
I will personally need to do that, but it's something I can do. It's not a feature within Jamboard.
Oh, okay. So it's not as quick as what you did with Menti.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, I think it has to be done manually, right?
Okay.
Yes. But Menti is available if on the fly you would like to change it to that.
It's great feedback, and I already see sort of opportunities to link pieces, but that's fine. Thank you.
Breck, are you suggesting that people might want to start using page 2 there?
If needed, just wanted to remind them that it's there. But yes, if you have a new thought, you can use the continued page. If you'd like to build on other sticky notes, you continue using this one.
And it's not easy to move one sticky note from page 1 to page 2, is it? You have to duplicate it and then come back and delete it, I guess. It's probably
Yes.
too much trouble.
Mhm.
If only people would give us feedback, Nick.
Pardon?
I said, if only people, very sarcastically, I said, if only people would give us
I
feedback.
know, exactly.
This is great.
It's gonna be a long night tonight.
Hey, another request, can whoever put up the sticky collective impact expand on that a little bit? So I can't quite tell what that is getting at.
So Breck, are you on audio here?
I was on mute.
Yeah, so in what you just sent me, which I would distribute, there's a color version, but it's not grouped color, right?
It's just grouped in the sense of if you have two lines that are yellow, then they are corresponding to a similar theme.
Yeah, but yeah, I was wondering how hard it would be to put all the, yeah, never mind, that's gonna be too hard to do on the fly. We'll just send it out and let people play with it any way they want to.
And Nick, just a reminder, I'm gonna spend some time on it here now so that it's ready
Right.
for session 2. So I mean,
I'm gonna
folks
send
are,
it.
yeah, more than welcome to play with it, but I'll have a revised version when we start in an hour or so.
Perfect, perfect. I'm gonna send it to everyone now. All right, well, everybody's still looking at sticky notes. I just emailed everybody this 2 versions of the spreadsheet that Breck had developed from the Mentimeter. Is there anything on page 2, Breck, or are we done on the notes? Oh, good, there's a little bit more. So, trying to struggle a little bit to think what to do next, but I'm wondering if we should discuss some things that look like a grouping.
Hey, Nick, as part of note taking while the exercise was being done, I have some observations from the grouping.
Please go for it. Do you want to go back to the first page? Or just
It doesn't really matter. You can go to the first page if you want. The groupings actually fall kind of in line with our themes. The way that I kind of grouped them is sort of the satellite and remote sensing. That one was things like satellite-based spatial metrics, remote sensing of vegetation change, land use, climate change, UAS for high-resolution surveys. Sort of a second category was in visualization tools and the use of open source data visualizations and making sure you engage your stakeholders on data and data visualization and the use of them. Sort of the third category is models, life cycle models with habitat connectivity, physical biological link models, predictive modeling, bioenergetic models, system-wide evolution models, modeling trade-off analyses, model climate extremes and projections. Sort of the next category is process level studies and monitoring to identify thresholds to inform vulnerability assessments, using field-based thresholds to classify model output. Sort of the next category is decision support tools, which said decision support tools, structured decision-making, simple decision matrices. Next category is like stakeholder engagement, using stakeholder engagement to guide science, test out visualizations, collective impact, collaboration with non-scientists, PIs, understanding decision-making needs, and sort of a category called restoration, monitoring and modeling outcomes, wetland restoration monitoring, things like that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sort of 7 categories sort of popped out at me as quickly as I could try to categorize them with it as fast as the stickies were coming in as sort of a first category.
Yeah, which is amazing that you could do that. It takes a special mind. That was great. Thanks, Greg. Let's open it up just for some other any other general comments, either in the chat or just raise your hand and we'll recognize you to comment on these. Obviously, we're going to be getting these things out to you after the workshop to look at in more detail. And we're going to use this to build as much as we can on tomorrow. Mike's asking, what was your first category?
It was more the satellite remote sensing.
Right.
Second is visualization tools, models, process level studies and monitoring, decision support tools, stakeholder engagement and restoration.
Okay. Any comments? Any general comments, observations? This is a lot more information than we did in the Mentimeter, but this is what sort of the collective things that people think from their own systems can be applied or useful in other systems.
I guess
Any
just one observation, Nick, I guess is, and it's just a tendency that I think we all do, is pretty much everything that each of us talked about yesterday in our presentations kind of fell out on the board, because I do believe broadly in those categories, there is belief that the types of models or the types of decision tools or the types of or ways that we engage our stakeholders has transferability. You know, so from the broad standpoint, that's not surprising. I guess, of course, the devil will then get in the details as we start drilling in a little bit more in what aspects of the models, whether it's the particular approach that in trying to address uncertainties associated with models, using that as an example, that idea of drilling in is where we go from, broadly, it looks like there's a lot of connectivity across all the work that's being done. But when we get to the specifics of how it might be applied to a particular stakeholder question or need, that's when we'll start sort of maybe getting a finer sort of delineation.
Great. Other comments? is everyone just sort of overwhelmed by all the information? Is that the sense of it? Is it just too much to really process quickly and talk about general observations? I'm sensing that may be part of it. It certainly affects me that way. Tanya?
So it seems like if the goal is to kind of compare across these systems, that some of these are great for more rapid comparison, and others would take time to kind of collect data or do some analyses and really dig into what the similarities and differences are. Some of them are also obviously much more digestible by the public out, beyond us. So it seems like there's some value in investigating both levels.
Kurt?
So part of what I'm struggling with a little bit at this moment is simply that there are a lot of good ideas up here, and my brain is trying to recognize the retrospective component of this to the prospective. So these are all experiences that we as individuals have either learned through time or tried to employ in our work and have shared by saying, hey, these are some things that we think are working well. I guess is people haven't put up things that aren't working well. So that's helpful, but I also then try to reconcile that with what are we as a group trying to do with these collectively? Because I could look at these individuals and individual ideas and try to translate into my world and my partnerships and collaborations and the Great Lakes and so on. But this isn't about me, right? Us as individuals, we're doing this so collectively for USGS. So I'm just sharing that that's part of what I'm wrestling with right now with a bunch of really good ideas.
Right. And remember, this first session is really designed at just throwing a lot of things on the table. And so all of us will have to be devoting some time as we go through the next 3 sessions of narrowing it down without losing any of the information. Again, as I said before, if we end up at the end of the day, Friday, with a few things that we want to move forward with first, that doesn't mean we're not going to also attempt to do other things later. Dave?
Yeah, I think in response to Kurt there, I think one of the beauties of taking a more mechanistic approach and including process level approaches as well is that that should apply in the past, present, and into the future. And so I think that gives us some grounding and some agility to work across these different time frames, both to address really near-term challenges as well as how to deal with the longer-term trends.
Tanya?
So the other thing that it has me thinking about, if I think about like historical photography or something like that, if you work on the coast, I guess that's a pretty obviously delineated spatial unit. And at some point you'd have to decide, how small a crenulation is in your coastline in terms of whether or not you try to describe change on that. But in terms of thinking about, a drainage basin and trying to look at historical change in the channel environment, for example, I find myself comparing, the drylands to the more, going through the prairies and going up into where it's mountainous. And my brain gets a little stuck at the idea of, for example, I don't know what level stream I'd stop at. I mean, I definitely think there's an importance to be looking at the small streams and the large streams, but if I'm going to look at historical change, at some point I have to pick a sampling unit that's going to be my smallest. And that is another thing that seems a little difficult to link among all these different environments, and would need defining in some way, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense, but.
Other comments? Neil?
Yeah, I recognize the I don't know. I feel like you guys are doing a really, I just put it in the chat too. I feel like you guys are doing a really good job of keeping things super general and not rushing to identify anything yet. So I think to that particular question, just to answer that one, I think, you know, the minimum mapping unit, as they say in I guess it's a GIS terminology. I mean, the minimum mapping unit for all of these landscapes might be different, depending on what we're looking at and what approach we're taking. And that doesn't mean we still can't have a unifying theme, even if the unit sizes are different. So I think it's the general approach that matters more, and taking our time with this huge list is a big step. So I'm not worried about anything yet. I'll let you know if I am, though.
Yeah. Karen?
Yeah, I want to agree with Neil and what Tanya said also, that I think we're all struggling with it because there's different scales on here of projects. There's different temporal scales. That was a really good point. You know, a data delivery of something you already have to inform management is much different than doing a multi-year study about vulnerability of climate. So yeah, and they're all right answers. So I think that's why we're all kind of like, how do you wrap your head around this? So, but I think it's good getting it's all kind of warmed up, but like, we're all scientists here. So it's like, tell me like what scale and time do you want? But this is good. It's getting us thinking, because you probably don't know that, right? We were supposed to help you decide that. So anyway,
I think that's really, I could pick a couple of filters that I could prescribe and make you guys redo this, and that would greatly narrow it down. I don't have any filters in mind.
Yeah.
But the point is that this is an unfiltered list right now, and we intended it to be that, to get everything we could on the table.
Yeah, smart idea. Because whatever you don't use this time around, maybe you want to use it next time, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right.
Mike?
Yeah, Kurt said something that has been spinning in my brain a little bit. And he kind of said it in the middle of his comment, and I just thought it might bear brought out kind of individually. You know, he talked about wondering, you know, what tools don't work, or what tools or what things have not worked well. And that's something that as scientists, we don't share really well. And so I'm just curious if there's any thought given to whether that's a useful exercise in itself, to think about things that haven't worked really well. With that overview.
That's a great point. Ken?
Well, I was not going to address that question, Mike. I think it is a great point. I wanted to see if anyone wanted to react to that before I take us back to a previous question.
Neil just had a comment. He said it'd be a sad but useful exercise. Yeah, I can certainly list a number of projects which huge amounts of money were spent on that didn't accomplish anything. Not for want of trying, but sometimes that's part of the learning process. So Ken, go ahead.
So just maybe two thoughts. The first, I know I want to share. The second, I'm waffling on. So to our earlier comments, I think it was Karen and probably Tanya who said there are these variable time scales to some of these ideas. We actually, at this point, have a plan to try to attack that tomorrow, in tomorrow's session, thinking about levels of effort and maybe time scales for how we attack some of this. So that is on our mind, and we at least have a strategy. We'll see if it stands up through the effort of the day. So,
okay. Yep, good point.
So that was one thought. And then maybe I'll offer the second thought. When I thought about this question, I actually think this is the easier question to put, stickies on a Jamboard, because you all are experts with your own given tools and your approaches. And so you see very clearly and very easily all these ways that others can apply your work. I think the next question Nick will take us to, and that's not pushing us at all, Nick, I think is much harder, because the next question is thinking about what can I import to my system and learn from and use. So in my thinking, these are two very different questions. And this one is probably, it's the easiest to generate Post-it notes on, but it's probably the hardest to implement. because you're thinking about how other people can use your amazing and wonderful material. And I'll leave it at that.
Good points. Tanya, now I've got Eric after Tanya.
I was just gonna say, in terms of the things that don't work, one of the things that we've been trying to avoid because we realized it wasn't working was summarizing data over the wrong time scale. So specifically in terms of conservation management, you know, something like a cover crop, and people want to know what is the effect on concentrations and loads for the entire year. But the longer we're monitoring it at the edge of field, and again, this is one of those things that seems obvious, but you know, really something like a cover crop is only in place for 2 months. And so if you're trying to judge it over the period of a year and aggregate that, it's completely diluted. But if you can actually focus in on the months where it's in place and the storm events that didn't exceed what it's designed to do, then you start seeing a different answer. And it may mean that, you know, it's not the silver bullet that everybody thinks it is, but it doesn't mean that it should be thrown away. And it's just kind of that cross of the time scale and the data collection and the communication.
Great, thank you. And Neil just put a note in, can we make a Jamboard page for notes on things that haven't worked, maybe for a break today or tomorrow? We can certainly create one of those and let you know, and just it may not end up being a big discussion session, but it will be there. We'll distribute it and everybody can at their leisure go ahead and put stuff on it. I think that would be a pretty interesting exercise. So Eric.
I was wondering how you all feel about the nature of our certainty with our projections going forward. It seems like it would really help answer a lot of the questions about resolution, the processes we need to understand, and how we go about, you know, measuring them and modeling them. And what I've been finding so interesting lately with stakeholder engagement is that often the stakeholders don't really know how well they want to know water levels for flooding, or, you know, the discharge number to set an inflow stream requirement for fish. And it's interesting because you need to know that to sort of work back with all of our sort of planning and analyses. So it seems like another criteria that we as scientists kind of know. And as far as like creating the product, and it might be worth going through that exercise for certain threats that we find common across some landscapes that we address. But curious how you all feel about that.
Reactions, comments? Anybody want to respond to that? Got some in the chat. Go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, I want to agree with Eric. It seems like more times than not, they're asking for our advice on where to begin. And you know, because I was thinking about the earlier question on what are things that haven't worked. And, you know, in my case, it's usually, you know, I've done some of the best research, but no one uses it, right? And we're all going to admit that, right? Mostly they do, but you'll have a site that managers cycle through every 2 years, right? And you can have done some of the best stuff, but now that legacy information is lost. So yeah, I agree with Eric. It's this kind of like, because we're being told you need to hear what people need, but often, you know, they're not sure what they need. And so that it becomes a really complicated conversation. That's not always the case, but I'm sure we have examples.
And something I forgot to say or include there was we're going to make probably the biggest impact if we can help inform, you know, really sound planning. And many of these changes that we're all aware of coming really just require communicating a trajectory of change such that planning groups get together and start addressing the issue. Other things, you know, need the line in the sand really resolved for, you know, permitting and things. And so it might be that we kind of go after a portfolio of projects that do both at some level and really help, you know, move the dial forward.
Neil?
Yeah, I had my hand up and then I took it down because I don't want to put Davina on the spot if she doesn't want to be on the spot. But I feel like I know that I've been really unsuccessful using like this most sophisticated things that I do, which is, you know, numerical modeling of sediment transport, and nobody uses it. And none of the work that I've ever done on that has really resonated. But I feel like Davina does the same stuff and she has made it resonate with stakeholders. And so I'm curious if she has an answer, how she's translated that really sophisticated high level stuff into stuff that the stakeholders actually, I think, are using, correct?
Yeah, and I think in my experience and with my projects, I always start with stakeholder engagement to identify what the research questions are that they want answered. And so, and in terms of sediment transport, a lot of times there's questions about restoration and what that means for sediment delivery to different places. If they do, for example, near shore placement of sand, where's that sand going to go? So there's an example of the sediment transport type question. But, I think, like I said, starting with the stakeholder engagement to identify what problems they want to answer, I think that's the best way that you can actually make sure that the science that you're doing is getting used.
Okay. All right, I'd like to gently move us to the last question. And if Brett could move us over there. And this one has a little bit more of a filter. Folks have already started putting stuff up there, but try to apply your own filter now and think about, I guess it was Ken, you mentioned that the next step is a little more restrictive in the sense that look at other people's work and did anyone think, well, I hadn't thought about that, or that would really work well in my situation. And it may be you didn't hear anything like that, in which case you wouldn't put anything down. So this is a little bit more restrictive. Let's go ahead and start populating this board with that in mind. It's the opposite question, and it's from your perspective. And again, try to put as much detail as you can without making a paragraph. But if it's, make sure that you use words that other people will understand what you mean. So have at it, please. And you can also continue the nice conversation that's going on in the chat. And again, when you put something down, if you see it already up there, that's fine. Just slide your sticky note close to it. And Still have stuff coming in. We'll go for another 5 minutes or so. Ken, you thought there'd be a lot fewer things here, right?
Well, I did. So that's informative in and of itself, but I think it's great folks are willing to sort of acknowledge they're already seeing opportunities to import pieces.
I think we're winding down. Just when I said that. All right, let's, people can still keep entering stuff. Greg, were you able to do your magic again?
Yes, I attempted. One sec. Okay. Probably one category is monitoring and metrics. Monitoring extreme events, simple metrics for management, simple mapping metrics, regional coordinated networks, disentangling multiple drivers, aggregating spatial metrics. So kind of monitoring and metrics. Thresholds, species responses to physical thresholds, threshold informed decisions, forecasting and thresholds. Couple on connectivity, connectivity on a smaller scale, eco-hydrology. There's a category with remote sensing and imagery, aggregated spatial metrics, historical imagery, subsediment imagery, overlaying habitat change with species usage. Another category would be models, coordinated climate, sea level rise, spatially explicit predictions, joint ecosystem models, and engagement with stakeholders. I guess we could include decisions with the model, structured decision making and decision support systems. There was a number of comments kind of targeted at coastal response, sea level rise, subsidence, land surface change, habitat change. It seems like there's a lot of similar approaches that are used in coastal environment. There were a couple things on science communication, the managers, how we measure restoration success, those systems that are deficient versus those that are ripe for restoration. And then a lot of singular things.
Okay. Comments. I just have one question about one that just jumped up at it in the bottom right, the tool Stephanie was talking about for stakeholder engagement. Was that the mock-up? Whoever put that sticky note there? No one's fessing up.
What was your question? I put one of them up.
The bottom right, there's a tool Stephanie was talking about for stakeholder engagement. Was that the mock-up you were talking? Or was it something else? I'm just trying to get more specificity into the words so that we know later. Who put that in? We'll have to.
I put that up. I don't remember what she called it. It sounded pretty good though.
You want to answer that, Stephanie? Was it the mock-up?
I don't know. What was I talking about? I don't know which one I would have.
I think you're talking about joint ecological modeling program.
Oh, like our approach in general.
Yeah.
Maybe.
No. Was that because you mentioned in the chat that you would do mock-ups for stakeholders. I didn't know if it was that. Okay.
Yeah, maybe it was that. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, which can save a lot of trouble and cost and everything else in the end.
I think I was thinking about the gem, or I'm not
Okay.
positive. It was something in your presentation there that caught my attention about how you had engaged stakeholders and kind of directed things. So
Okay. Maybe put just a parentheses in that, if you don't mind, in that particular node, just GEM, stakeholder engagement, and GEM, JEM. Any others that you see? Mike, you tend to look at things and look for clarification. Did you see anything else before we dive? It looks like, at least I think I understand what I've glanced over. I understand what folks are trying to get to. Thanks. Comments, suggestions? One thing I was thinking about as we were doing this, and it's a question that we have had as organizers, and I want to ask you if you think this would be a useful thing to do now. This is something kind of on the fly, but if Brecky would go back to our first Jamboard question. One thing that we are thinking about, which is not necessarily the only filter as we eventually get down to this, because these are things that you all are experts on. And what we are interested in is how much effort and money, resources, time would it take to apply this in another landscape? And maybe I was thinking of 3 scales immediately without doing anything else. It could be with very minimal work and some communication between 2 PIs. It could be put into place. Then there might be on the other end of the spectrum something that's aspirational and require huge supermodels and all kinds of additional work, and that's kind of long term. It's not saying it's not valuable, but it's just that it might be long term. And then somewhere in between would be an intermediate maybe approach where it would take a little effort and a little bit of resource investment and time, but without completely reinventing the wheel, that these could be applied. Do you guys think you could go into your sticky notes and put just at the end of it, or stick it in, at the end of the text in parentheses, S for short term, I for intermediate, L for long? Would that, before you do that, is that something that I'm asking the organizers too, as well as the participants, would this be useful information as a potential filtering mechanism later on? without predisposing which one we might use, or we'd probably use a combination. But.
Yeah, I mean, Nick, this is Ken. My reaction is, I mean, you've summed well the exercise that I was expecting we would do tomorrow. And I want to be really clear, we get it that these ideas can absolutely cross all three of those timescales. I mean, there's maybe a real easy piece, and then there's maybe still an aspirational piece. So it's very useful for me to see that. And then the only challenge would be, we're going to aggregate from all these stickies, and we're going to create sort of some summary topics and approaches. But I think we could track that. So I'd be really happy to see that. And my guess is everyone's only put up 3 or 5 stickies, so they could do it pretty quickly.
Yeah, could I ask everybody to go do that just in the next 5 minutes or so, or less?
Can I ask you to clarify? Are you saying on the first set of stickies we put?
The thing that you're an expert in, and you put a note up that says this is something I think could be used in somebody else's landscape. We'd like to hear your assessment. Could it be done in the short term, intermediate, or long term? That makes sense.
And sorry to be a little bit of a pain. What do you mean by like short term? You mean like do this fiscal year versus like what's your?
Let's not define it any further, just other than to say it could be done with a minimum of effort. Because Dave, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, again, for clarification there, in some cases you can do a short-term either demonstration of concept or do a quick analysis to see whether or not this particular approach has legs in this particular circumstance based on either existing data or what needs to be collected there. So we could be misleading folks, and so maybe an S, I or L would be a better way to put that. Then
I agree completely.
And that's just fine. That's helpful information.
Yeah, and again, none of these things are, final deciding factors that are going to doom or push something forward. It's just to give us all more information as we consider these. So I haven't seen any of those pop up yet. And if you could just write at the end of the text of the sticky notes you did, if you could add that in. I see some of them.
They're starting to pop up, Nick.
Yeah, I see them now. Just take about 5 minutes to do that. Thanks, Ken, for putting that in the chat.
It's very helpful. I've already seen some categorizations that are not what I would have expected, but very helpful.
Right. Yeah, I took a kind of a wing shot there. I didn't want to jump ahead to your session tomorrow, but I thought it might be helpful to get people thinking about that.
It will also shorten the evening a little bit, Nick.
I love spend all of my waking hours with all of you.
Oh my gosh.
Kelly, you want to say something while we're doing this?
Yeah, I guess I'm struggling a little bit because it might depend on what's available. Like I saw decision support tools, I may have added that as well as other people. It could be an intermediate or it could be a long-term if you don't have the data. Are we just assuming that data is in hand? Should we just, like stakeholders is obvious. You can move in and say, this is what I learned from stakeholders. It's really short-term, but some of these things like modeling, predictive modeling, or some presentations that say it takes a long time to run the model, but how long did it take to collate the data, collect the data?
From what you just described, I'd put an I, L or I slash, be intermediate to long term.
Okay, thanks.
And if folks really don't think there's a way to characterize that, just leave it. Don't put an entry down, and we don't have to necessarily do everyone. It looks like Neil got forced into a software update. I knew it would happen at least once. Somebody.
Hey, just an addendum to Neil's plight. It looks like IT pushed some stuff out yesterday, so it'd probably be a good idea for everybody to reboot their machines tonight after this event's over.
Manually run the, yeah. Or you can just manually run them if you don't want to go through the reboot process. Some of them will require reboot. I think they wait for us to do workshops and then they push all that stuff out and snicker.
So I wonder, Nick, if while we're waiting, because I think it is valuable to give people just a minute, wondered if John Hortness, are you still feeling like this has given us good material leading into the next session, discussion session following this?
I do. I'm here off camera making a lot of notes. I sorted, as you know, and some of you, so for the rest of the group, we've done a more detailed sort of that first set of information from the Menti. And then now we have both of Greg's kind of high-level summaries of these different Jamboard sessions. So I think those three pieces of information will be extremely helpful. After we kind of do our first cut, like I mentioned, we're going to take a little bit of a right turn when we start the next session and focus on stakeholders for a minute. So we'll have another, open-ended brainstorming session, but then I think we'll have all of those pieces to start melding a bit. And then hopefully we give enough of a structure, Ken, that by tomorrow you're ready to really start to fine tune. So I think so far, I think we're moving in the right direction.
Excellent. Thanks, John.
Nothing like information overload.
Yeah.
A good problem to have right now. I'm glad we didn't commit to writing everything up in a full document.
I noticed a few people had put in some stakeholder horror stories. I've got some too. Maybe that would be another little Jamboard. Breck, did we create a Jamboard about things that didn't work? Did you create a page? Don't go there now on the screen, but I just didn't know if you'd already, I think you already did that, didn't you?
A parking lot slide?
Well, let's create one. Don't have to do it right now, but maybe at the break or something, create a Jamboard page, just you could add it onto this one. If you can insert a page and just say things that didn't work. Is there a better title for that from what we had the chat discussion, or approaches that failed? Because there's a lot of learning information maybe in that, and people could go populate that at their convenience and we could distribute it afterwards.
Question, Nick, are we trying to capture approaches that failed, or should it maybe be lessons learned from approaches that failed?
Yeah, that's a better way of saying it. Thank you.
That's what I was going to say too. Right, you spin it. It's lessons learned, not failures.
That's right.
You just put on your federal hat right there.
It was not successful.
I like it.
It's now available. Oh, nope, change that. I changed it, but it's not coming up.
Approaches that resulted in lessons learned.
I have lessons learned from various approaches, but that one didn't want to come up.
Yep, that's perfect.
Let's try it again.
All right, while people are finishing this exercise, we've got about 5 minutes to go before our afternoon break. Let me first ask the organizers if you have any closing for this session, closing summary, observation, remarks, please let us know. Sounds
I
like.
guess, Nick, I'll just say, and I think folks already touched on this, this has been extremely helpful. I think some of our earlier discussions as organizers, we at times were worried about maybe not having enough info or not having enough connections. That's obviously not the case.
Yep.
Hey, go ahead, Nick.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, just one additional add-on to John's comment. We have a lot to work with, and clearly we're going to be digesting this after this workshop is over. So I imagine we'll do some post-processing of all this after Friday, and that'll end up being used to develop the next workshop.
Yep. And just, at one point for this session, we had 10 questions or something along that order, and realized that was never get through that, and we would have definitely been buried. So we tried to distill it down to this. Comments from participants? Any final closing remarks before we take a break? This is a good chance to do it. And if not, we have a little longer break today, so 30 minutes. So everybody needs to be back promptly at 2:45, hopefully a little early, just so we can start promptly at 2:45. We really are trying to keep this on time for outside observers. We have about 8 outside observers watching on the live stream, so we'll try to keep on, and also it helps with the recording too. All right, well, thanks. We'll see you back at 2:45 Eastern. And Breck, if you could pop up the break slide when you get a chance. All right, looks like folks are joining us back. We've got a few minutes to go, 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll get started. John, you're doing good?
We're all set, Nick.
Okay. Hey, Neil, did you make it back? I see you're on the list. You must have.
All right. Thanks, Breck, for opening us back up here. It looks like I'll assume most everyone is back. And I see cameras starting to come on, so I think we're good to go. So we're about halfway through, or just a bit. Actually, we're probably exactly halfway through the workshop now. And before we transition into this next part, I wanted to do a little bit of a temperature check on kind of where we are, and then where we're hoping to get to, you know, by end of day tomorrow. And so during our break, I went back through our prospectus and our objectives and started to kind of check off how well I thought we were doing. And I was, you know, the first one, and I think Ken and Nick both mentioned this yesterday, was related to just, are we able to, you know, provide those connections and provide the sharing of information between the landscapes and advance those coordination opportunities. And I think without a doubt, that's a win. We've done that. I think even if we stop right now, in my mind, we've already had a lot of success in that sphere. Then we talked about identifying habitat vulnerabilities to climate change across landscapes, comparing scientific approaches, considering ways which approaches might be able to be transferred between landscapes. Those were our first 4 objectives. And I think to some degree, we've already checked the box on a lot of those. So I feel really good about where we are. And then now we're planning to, like I mentioned, transition a bit into fine tuning, maybe narrowing our scope a bit. We've been talking really high level up until now, a lot of sharing of information, getting concepts and ideas out there, understanding the different landscapes and work folks are doing. Now we're going to maybe start to turn a bit, focus a little. But before we do that, I wanted to open it up to everyone and maybe just get a little bit of a feedback on what are your thoughts so far. It doesn't have to be detailed, even just, yeah, I like this is the way it's working, or no, yeah, we could have done this better, but maybe just a little bit of a, again, temperature check from the group. How do you feel so far about what we've done to date, or to, you know, through the last day and a half, and just some high level thoughts. So if anyone has anything they want to share, just real quick check to see how you think it's going, positive, negative, indifferent, and then we'll start to shift a bit into more of this focused approach. So floor is open. Any general ideas, comments, thoughts on how things are going so far? Don't be afraid to be first. There you go, Tanya. Thank you.
Yeah. So I guess one of the big things coming out at me is that I feel like I'm working in a landscape where we spend a lot of time, and I put this in one of the notes, but thinking about like spring, summer, harvest, and like this year's lake cycle. And a lot of what I'm hearing today is thinking about longer term timescales that have just been eclipsed in my brain by the shorter term. So that's been a good reminder.
Great. Thanks, Tanya. Anyone else? Just general thoughts, comments? Okay. And that's fine. And, you know, we'll have plenty more opportunities. I know you've all provided a ton of great input so far. So then where we'd like to go next is to, like I said, start to maybe refine the focus just a bit. And I'll circle back to kind of our main charge of where we want to be by end of the day tomorrow. And we've touched on this at different points in the workshop already, but it's really to identify one or more of those specific approaches or tools that could be developed and applied across multiple landscapes that would help to inform management and decision making. And so that again is the one desired outcome that we would like to get as the coordinators, facilitators from this effort is to try to identify one of those things, or 3 to 5 as we touched on yesterday. Well, knowing that everything that we've done so far and all of this information that we're accumulating through all these discussions is providing a huge value to other things that we'll likely pursue over and above this one specific outcome of this this workshop. And so we don't see this as an end. We see this as probably just the beginning, but we're trying to also identify that short-term, you know, win, that next step that we can really put into practice in the short term. You know, Nick posed it as a proof of concept or a pilot. So that's what we want to start to do now, is knowing that we're going to be able to take advantage of all of this information that we've been collating over the last day and a half. Now let's start to refine a bit and see where we can hopefully identify something that we could take a next step on after we're done tomorrow. So with that in mind, we're going to do one more Jamboard session, one more brainstorming to really start to get some ideas out there and some discussion going related to the different landscapes. And you'll see Brecca's brought up the next Jamboard sheet. It's just the next page, or just if you just scroll to your right, you'll see the next group. And Nick alluded to this already. So what we want to do next is spend a little bit of time thinking about those common stakeholder questions that you hear within your landscapes, and see if we can verbalize those in the Jamboard, put those down on the sticky notes. And I would make note that this does not have to be just the ones that you are actively working on or dealing with. If you're aware of other big questions, you know, those big problems that folks in your landscape are dealing with, even if we're not doing any work related to it right now, let's try to get those down so we have a record of what are these big things that folks are dealing with across the country in these large landscapes. With the goal here is to, similar to what we did in the earlier session, try to now find some commonalities. Can we see some things that are transferable across the different landscapes, and identify where we may want to spend a little bit of time in the near future thinking about potential tools and approaches that we could help address those. So take a bit of time now. Again, last brainstorming session of the day in Jamboard, and let's try to put some of those questions and as close to question form as you can get. You don't have to be extremely detailed for now, but let's try to populate that a bit. And we'll give you 5-7 minutes to do that, and then we'll start to do some grouping and see where things lie out. So any questions or comments before we roll into that? And I see a lot of folks already dropping things in. And I heard Nick's comment earlier about background music. So let's see if this works.
That's perfect.
There you go. Ken, I'm working on my improv from your previous.
I like it. They actually did ask us to sing in that communication training thing, which talk about scaring you, at least me. What I couldn't do, John, was recognize the music. I was thinking, is it the Jeopardy theme song?
It is.
There you go.
I see folks are starting to group a bit. I appreciate that. And I know Greg and others are working on some of the groupings. Let's maybe take another couple, 3 minutes. And you're still trying to get a couple out at that point, just let me know when we got more time. So we've got some flexibility built in today. All right, so maybe one more minute, and then I think we'll have a little bit of discussion. You can keep dropping things in, but as you're putting yours in, pause that, sorry. As you're putting yours in, also take stock of some of the others you're seeing, because we do want to have a little discussion here about some of the commonalities on a first cut basis. So at the same time as you're entering, please kind of read through and see if you see others that are very similar to what you entered. Okay, so I think things have slowed a bit. I still see a couple rolling in. So to start, I've got a few groupings that I noted. I probably didn't do as well as Greg. So Greg, I wonder, have you had a chance to think about any groupings yet, or are you still a work in progress?
I got preliminary. Again, this one was a little bit more all over the board, but the biggest one, there was a lot related to restoration. What is a restoration target? How can we improve restoration success? Where to invest money for maximum restoration impact? What restoration actions are most resilient? Other benefits to restoration. So a lot of things around restoration. Next would be around sea level rise, wetland adaptation to sea level rise. How will sea level rise impact coastal landscapes, vulnerability of wetlands to sea level rise? Should we restore wetlands in light of sea level rise? Another area would be just around climate futures, effects of land use on climate futures. How will future climate impact habitat? How can we plan for habitat shifts in future climate? Then there was just kind of a bunch that fall into just how to, just around conservation actions, I guess. So, well, conservation and sort of adaptation actions. So conservation for listed species at least cost, managing birds in a changing climate, how does changing freshwater availability affect habitats and species? So just a lot of around habitat species management actions. There were a couple around how do we improve assessments? How do we identify key stressors to focus on? And then there's a lot of one-ons that so those were my initial quick groupings.
So I had a lot of those. The one thing I noted, and maybe there weren't as many, which resonated with me anyway, coming from the Great Lakes, was prioritization and understanding. Maybe you mentioned it and I missed it, but thinking about where do we start? Where do we focus? Where do we spend our resources? I saw some of those that I think are, from a management perspective, makes a lot of sense. So let me ask, within those, and one more that I noted a couple, but I didn't see across the board, and you touched on it a bit, Greg, was species, but I was thinking specifically invasive species. And I think, that's been a common thought process, at least in some parts of the country, that as climate changes, we have those migration of other species, and what might be native in certain parts of the country are now invasive in others. And I wonder if that's also something, are we seeing that just in unique areas where that concern is there, or is that something that's more broad?
Yeah, and there were a couple in there. What is best management approach for specific invasive species, and how will climate impacts exacerbate invasions and habitat for aquatic and native species?
Yeah.
I put a couple of the species ones in, and the way I was thinking about was listed species, because that's what drives most things here. Listed fish, listed birds, listed mammals.
Sure.
That is the main reason for restoration here. That's what funds it all. So
Yep.
I may not have been clear because my head was not thinking invasive, but protect listed.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a great comparison. I saw a little of both. I think I did see more on the native species side as I looked through it, but I think that's, you know, when it comes right down to it, I think both are relevant.
Right.
And
Yeah.
again, what are the
Absolutely.
stakeholders driving? And obviously in that part of the country, it's definitely native species driven.
Yeah. Yeah. And I kind of figure these exercises, like, you know, we're supposed to be putting on like our hats of like, we're the experts of our spot. And so here it's all, everything's listed. it makes the work important, makes it hard to do.
Exactly. So anyone else from the group, what, any common themes that you saw, or maybe something you put in that was similar to somewhere else that maybe either was obvious or maybe even was a surprise to you, that that they may be seeing some of those similar questions in their part of the country? Any initial thoughts from anyone on that? Ken, go ahead.
Thanks, John. Maybe just to get us started, just something I noticed. So I agree, John, I saw invasive species sort of listed here strongly. I found invasive species or saw them reflected very well in yesterday's presentations, but it hit me in our earlier session today as we talked about the transferability. I didn't see a whole lot of transferability. I don't know if that's because the invasive species themselves are so site and species specific or what, but I'd earlier noted the absence of much invasive species work in our first discussion today. Good to see it pick up here. So just an observation.
Thanks, Ken. Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, I think really, when we talk about either conserving ESA species or maintaining other sensitive species, that's really just the other side of the coin of invasive species. You know, they all have to operate under abiotic and biotic conditions that create bottlenecks to their ability to either invade or sustain themselves. And so understanding those vulnerabilities can both help with creating more resistance against invasion or assessing resilience of a system to invasive species, you know, just as much as we use that same information to try and sustain existing species.
Right. Okay. So I want to revisit one thing that Tanya mentioned at I believe it, or maybe it was right at the beginning of this session, about what I'll call scale or maybe time frame. And I think that was a really interesting observation. And maybe I'll ask it this way: with your stakeholders, is it much more near-term driven decision-making, or is it more longer-term understanding potential long-term impacts of climate change and or just other factors? And I'm just curious about what folks would think about that. What's kind of the driving force within your landscapes? Is the driver much more short-term need for decisions right away, or is it that longer-term view of something's coming and we need to prepare for it? Any just general observations regarding your landscape, and then also maybe some of the questions that your stakeholders are asking? And Camille, go ahead.
Yeah, along the northern Gulf of Mexico, we're seeing the impacts of climate change right now. So it's visible immediately. how sea level rise and other climate stressors are affecting the landscape. And so the stakeholders want answers now. So, it's both the near term, but also planning for the future. What can we do to stop what's happening now or reverse it by, restoring the land that we've lost? But how do we make that restored habitat sustainable under future conditions? So it's both.
Both there, right? Okay, thank you. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, John. I just wanted to make an observation. I agree with Karen's assessment that endangered species are threatened and endangered species are really the driving force in the San Francisco estuary. In regard to this question, it's kind of interesting in that in California, people talk about restoration a lot. And when the restoration is driven by, considerations other than T&E species, usually the focus is on the long term, and climate is a very large part of the dialogue. It's a very large part of what's discussed and what people work to try to address. But when it's T&E species, actually a lot of the focus is more on the near term. And I think we have had some, people don't ignore climate change in regard to T&E species. I'm not saying that, but a lot of the discussions we have are about what work we need to do to address the immediate concerns of, for example, the water users whose operations may affect, say, listed fishes. And it can be somewhat difficult to sustain a conversation with them over science, forward-looking science to address T&E related species issues, to get the balance right between addressing immediate concerns and also addressing uncertainties regarded to the long term.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Mike. And I would say Great Lakes is in a very similar position. We see a lot of that. I think most of our stakeholders are front and center right now. They have to deal with what's troubling them at the moment. And they struggle a bit too, thinking longer term. And then I noticed, Neil, you had a comment in the chat, and I agree 100%. They do go hand in hand, and you can't separate the two. But I do think it's interesting to think about the folks that we work with and work for, what is really front and center in their mind. And I do think it varies depending on who you talk to and where you are. Davina, go ahead.
I was just going to agree with Camille. In the Gulf of Mexico, I think you really see both. So there's this concern about, on the longer time scales, how is sea level rise going to increase, like flooding, and cause more land loss, and how do we mitigate against that, particularly for preserving critical habitats. But then also in areas like the Gulf, you have storm impacts. So that's a very short time scale. And this especially comes up whenever there is a major storm that occurs in the Gulf. Everyone starts thinking, okay, well, how do we make our coasts more resilient now to storm impacts? And what does overwash mean for species like shorebirds? So it's both. I think it just depends on, what are the restoration questions that the managers are interested in asking.
Yep, great, thank you. Karen.
I was just going to share an observation. A lot of the early climate work over the last couple of decades talked about what was going to happen in 100 years, and managers were seeing that and using it, but wrapping your head around 50 to 100 years is pretty hard when the length of someone's career is 30. And so I thought that the long term is good, almost like for educational purposes, but really providing action on the ground, we had to break it down. So there was a lot of this paralyzed, people were paralyzed of well, shoot, you're saying, 6 feet by the end of the century, or, 15 degrees hotter. I don't know how to wrap my head around that. So breaking it up into smaller years. And so we started creating model results in 10-year increments, because that was the planning horizon of most managers, it felt like. Even if the outcome was very little change or something, that's still information for them. So yeah, it's a complicated, it really depends on who the end user is. And I want to reiterate what Mike said, migratory species and T&E, they're just trying to figure out how to prevent extinction and increase recovery. So, that's really near term. So very different question.
Yep. Great. All right, Tanya, go ahead.
Well, when we're talking about nutrients, at least in a lot of the Great Lakes, the other problem is that we're worried about stakeholder burnout, for lack of a better word. We're constantly talking to them about all these things that they could be doing to decrease the amount of nutrients and sediment and maybe control the water management. But there's so much already sitting in the stream network that even if they start doing if everybody started doing everything right now, there's probably a longevity to the situation that they're working really hard and they don't necessarily see the positive feedback in the environment for it. And so it makes for a very awkward conversation because we're asking them to do things that are going to take decades, likely, in order to see the effects.
All right, excellent. Any other thoughts on this? Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been thinking about how to respond to that question. So many stakeholders, it's both. We have stakeholders who are overwhelmed, just like a lot of people have said, just with what they have. They don't even know how many stream miles, the conditions across the area, where other ones are very detailed and they know, and they're planning for climate change. We also have coastal issues in the Chesapeake Bay. And as I mentioned in my talk, there's like 25 working groups, and there is a climate resiliency work group that's interested in stream temperatures. And I think it all depends on what level you look at. Even within certain agencies, there's agencies that are just focusing on the now, but then you talk in a different department in the same agency, stakeholder agency, they're focused on climate change. So I get it everywhere. I actually, when I gave a presentation to the one work group I was on, they were just focusing on the now, and I presented some results with climate and land use, and they were just like, oh, we didn't even think about this. Like, we have a 10% stream mile improvement goal by 2025. And I was like, kind of deflating them because I was like, what's coming in the next 100 years. So they're not even thinking about it, but I think they're getting there now because the working groups are starting to work, and, a lot more press is coming out with climate change now in the last couple of years. So.
Great. Thanks, Kelly. Eric, go ahead.
I don't know if this is helpful, but up in the Northwest, we've been thinking and structuring a lot of the work around impact pathways. And like most places along the coasts, it's really this discussion between the flood managers who are trying to figure out what to do next year, how many sandbags to plan for, and then they just don't have the bandwidth to really think long term. And so what we've been doing is thinking and informing them of other impact pathways coming at these different timescales that they're probably going to have to begin considering. And what seems to be resonating to get at sort of the near term with them, more so than those really hard to appreciate concepts like, what the flood extent will be like at 2100 and so severe. The real thing that seems to be resonating is addressing some of the frequency of these impacts or disturbances that are, a little bit more nominal. And when they start to sort of realize that disturbances that are happening today every 10 years start happening a lot more frequently in the future, and with just a little bit of change, that really gets them sort of interested in thinking short term and kind of, I don't know, helping to guide what science will really help them. So just sharing that.
No, it's a great observation, Eric. Thank you. Judy, go ahead.
Yeah, I totally agree with Mike that there's a lot of short-term concerns, especially with threatened and endangered species. But in my work, what I've found is when I start mentioning different threats to the resilience of wetlands, and I talk about the long term, and I talk about how much money is going to cost to restore wetlands, people really start listening. When it's not, you don't necessarily have to say a specific time frame, but you could just say, if you're going to spend a really lot of money restoring, you want these to be sustainable into the future. And that's kind of the way that I talk about, for instance, invasive species that might be impacting marsh sustainability, things like that, where you don't necessarily have to provide the time frame, but you can say that it reduces the resilience. And this is something that, of course, is on the minds of managers and something that they respond to.
Right. So Judy, and like I mentioned to Mike, that's exactly the way I see things here. And, Kurt or Tanya can chime in, but I see the same concepts here as it's right in front of them. They're thinking a little bit about the future, but they don't have the bandwidth. They don't have the ability to really expand beyond that at this point in time. But it's very restoration focused. And I think we've heard that. It sounds like in general, the restoration focus, and that's probably obvious. It makes a lot of sense that those are some of those near-term needs. So what about, and I'm going to call a couple folks out, but what about the desert Southwest and maybe the central, the flyway area, mid-continent, where you're thinking about broader landscapes, there's maybe not as much active restoration going on. Is that time scale different? Are those questions different because of that type of landscape? And I won't call any names, but anybody want to chime in from that? Because I think we've heard a lot about that near-term restoration need. And I look at that as, like I said, a very active restoration effort. But think about some of these other areas where maybe it's not so much active restoration through a specific program, but maybe that broader view of landscape restoration or landscape adaptability. Any thoughts from some of you folks in some of the other parts of the country?
I can jump in a little bit just to get it going. For in our landscape, there is restoration that's happening, but it's smaller scale than the focus on conservation. That would be basically preventing bad things from happening to pieces of land, basically. And so things like easements and things are a larger focus. So we're kind of in the phase of trying to stop the bleeding, essentially, more so than trying to put things back.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
I think we lost Sasha and John here briefly, but I think in the desert Southwest, it's like Mike was saying, where a lot of prevention and trying to avoid the things you don't want from happening. But there are also, large scale treatments happening. For example, in New Mexico, they have a goal, the BLM has a goal of treating 5 million acres. But a lot of those are often techniques that maybe aren't well suited for sort of the changes that we're expecting to see with climate change, if that makes sense. Some of them are kind of older rangeland management techniques that maybe aren't applicable to the future scenarios. And then in addition, there's a lot of smaller scale active restoration, kind of like what Sasha touched on, that are happening at small scales, but there's a lot of small scales put together. So for example, oil and gas development in the Intermountain West is ginormous, and they spend a lot of money per pad, and there's a ton of pads. So there's some opportunities there.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mike. Okay, any other general thoughts, observations on kind of this brainstorming, big picture question approach? Okay, so this next part then, I think what we want to try to do next, and this is a little bit of a work in progress, but based on some of these groupings, and mostly based on what Greg had kind of identified. So these are not, these are kind of that first cut, and kind of like we said in the first part of today, we're not holding anybody to anything here. This is just a kind of a process to work through to try to identify information and start to make some of those connections. And so what Breck has done in the Jamboard is basically taking those groupings that Greg had noted, and we've dropped them each onto a page. And so there's about another, what do you think, Breck? Is it 7, 8 pages?
Yeah, about 9 more pages.
9 more, okay. So basically each of those groupings kind of have their own page. And so what I think I'd like to do, and actually Breck, I'm going to make you work a bit here. Would you mind bringing up the sorted sheet from the session earlier today where we started with the colors? And I spent a little bit more time sorting those together and trying to kind of find some of those groupings. And I think what we want to try to do here is start to build some of these connections. So we haven't obviously spent as much time on the grouping of the questions, but I think we knew going in there's going to be some similarities. Some of them are region-based, but at a high level, there's some commonalities between those questions. And so one of the goals of this session was to try to start to make some of those connections. And so we've got the outputs from your discussion earlier today where we grouped the different topics in the colors there. And so what I think we want to try to do, and again, this is a little bit of an ad hoc approach, but if you could take a look at those groupings, and I'll just have Breck, if you can just keep those up on the screen, and we may not be able to share them all, probably can, and yeah, that way. And if you could take some sticky notes and basically think about both the work that you're already doing that you shared in that previous session that Nick was running, or just in general, if you see those groupings, and drop some of those into these other pages to start to build that connection. For example, what makes the most sense to deal with thinking about restoration targets, improving restoration success, where to invest the money, kind of that higher level of prioritization of restoration. What are some of those tools that you think fit under that category or under that set of questions? If you could use that same general approach through all those different groupings that we just developed for the questions, let's kind of start to see where that gets us. And again, this is a little bit ad hoc. This isn't very fine-tuned, but this is one of the things we wanted to start to do, was make those connections between tools and approaches, which is what Nick focused on earlier, and now trying to connect those to some of these stakeholder questions, stakeholder needs. So let's take a first cut at that and see what we come up with over the next few minutes. So again, does not have to be perfect, does not have to be well aligned, but see if you can start to think about those groupings that Breck is sharing, or some of the things that you already know going on in your center or in your ecosystems, and try to drop those into some of the appropriate questions in the Jamboard. And again, we grouped about 9 based on those results from the stakeholder questions. And Ken, go ahead and chime in here for any clarification or assistance.
I was just going to suggest, John, if you would give an example of what your, just a more specific example, I think it would help people on their way.
So for example, I'm seeing decision support tools, and this is maybe a very simple one, but I see decision support as one of those groupings that came out from our session earlier today. And in my mind, if this were me doing this, I would say, obviously, we're thinking about restoration targets, improving success, some type of decision support to help us determine, or help managers determine, what targets should look like, where to invest dollars, where to prioritize. To me, that's a connection to some type of a decision support tool. So that's just a very simple scenario that I would make that connection. And so we're just really curious about what kind of connections would you make between some of these general groupings of tools and approaches versus the questions that kind of came out through this last session. So does that make some sense? Is it still a little unclear? Any follow-up questions or thoughts? Tanya, go ahead.
Are we doing this on the Jamboard, or like,
No.
do these yellow categories, they match the individual Jamboard pages, right?
No, they do not. No,
Oh.
the Jamboard pages are what we just came up with in the last 30 minutes, the stakeholder questions.
Hey, John, we have a request to increase the size of the text on the worksheet.
So then I guess I don't understand where we're putting our notes for this.
Okay, so let me take a step back then. All right, so in the Jamboard, and I know we can't share two things at once, so it's a little difficult. So here we go. So in the Jamboard is what Breck is showing there. She figured it out. So basically what we would like you to do is within these colored groups, and again, I'm not going to hold you to the colored groups, but like the one I just mentioned, decision support. So if it were me, I would go into this right here and I would drop in a sticky note that says decision support tools. And basically that's all I'm asking for right now, but we have several groupings or several pages now in the Jamboard that Breck just added, which is basically the groupings of these stakeholder questions. And so the goal here is to try to align stakeholder questions with tools and approaches. And we want you to use this set of tools and approaches in general, the ones that we came up with earlier, and try to now start to align them to these stakeholder questions. And apologies for the confusion. Again, we're kind of doing this a little bit on the fly. It would be much simpler if we're all in the same room.
Sorry, John, last question.
Yep.
Is it the stuff on the left in colors or the stuff on the right?
The stuff on the left in colors.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Hey, John, are we inviting people to add a few extra words to be a little more specific about how they're going about using a tool?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I don't be too limiting here, but start to fill in some of those connections. And maybe that's the right way to say it. Let's start to think about connections between tools and approaches and stakeholder questions. And now I see some folks dropping in here. Yep. And we're going to give you a little bit of time on this because, like I said, there are 9 new Jamboard pages. So kind of start to work through. Don't spend too much time on any one. Hit some of the high points. I'm sure there's going to be a lot that are going to cover several different question groupings. But let's start to drop a few in just to give us a starting point for some discussions. And again, this is going to play into tomorrow and what we want to try to get out of those sessions tomorrow to kind of continue to help us fine tune our process through the next, half day or so. So again, apologies for some of the confusion. Thanks for bearing with us on kind of this iterative approach and ad hoc, but let's see if we can put a few things in over the next 15 minutes. We'll give you a little bit of time to work through these and chime in if you have questions or additional confusion.
John, would it be possible to put the spreadsheet on the PES page so that we can just open it up on our own computers?
I will drop that in there right now. Okay, so it should be there. So any of you that want to go into the Teams site, it should be right under in the workshop participation information folder. There should now be the USGS Habitat Vulnerability Workshop. And I think it says Menti results, but it's grouped. So you should now have access to that in your Teams or SharePoint. And Kelly, I was just thinking about how to use Menti for this too, and we may get to that. Honestly, that might be something that we take advantage of tomorrow when we really want to start to fine tune. I think this one is first still a little bit of brainstorming. Let's just throw a bunch of ideas on there and see where we come up with. But I think Ken may be a really good suggestion for fine tuning for tomorrow. Working on that right now, Mike. So in true Teams fashion, there's the SharePoint link to the spreadsheet. So Stephanie, I think that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know that there's a need for duplication. I don't think we're using this as a prioritization tool at all. It's really just to kind of make those connections. So I think, yeah, if you see something that's already there, I don't think that's a problem for this exercise.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was just kind of skipping over those, but wanted to be sure. Thank you.
And I see folks are adding, I think we have stickies in just about every one of the pages now. So you're working your way through. We still have a little bit of time. I don't want to rush this because I think this is going to be extremely helpful to kind of walk through each of these, because again, if you think about our goal, we want to start to make that connection and hopefully identify maybe 3, 4, 5 of these that we could start to move on or consider moving on. So this is the beginning of that culling process to kind of start to zero in on something. So I think we're making good progress, maybe about another 5 minutes. I know I see pretty much stickies on every page and multiple stickies, but I'll give folks a little bit more time to catch some of those at the end. And then we'll work through a little bit of discussion on each of these and maybe start to fine tune a bit. Okay, why don't we try to wrap it up? I think we've got some really good discussion points here on all of these groupings. I just went through and kind of did a little impromptu grouping as you were adding additional information. So let's wait about 30 more seconds. Let any folks that want to add any final sticky or get ready to start a discussion. And then Breck, I think what we'll have you do is just share page by page. So let's start with the first Menti page. Perfect, right there. And so you'll see in the first handful, and probably not a surprise, you know, you kind of work through these. And I think we probably had them grouped a little bit by some of the, where we saw more of the questions as well. So it's probably more, makes sense that we might have more stickies on some of these earlier groupings. So what I did is just kind of did a very quick and dirty grouping of those sticky notes and started to identify what are some of the things that made, you know, made some connections. And again, these are not, I wasn't looking for total number because I didn't want to prioritize, but just kind of wanted to group the different topics. And so if you think about restoration targets, success, you know, the question about where to invest the money, that's one that I hear a lot, is how to prioritize. You know, we have there's a limited pot of resources to deal with. So where do we spend our time and our resources to get the most positive result? And so we see some things here related to decision support tools, predictive models, monitoring, and the stakeholder engagement piece. And obviously, I think that's a key in all of these, is understanding that stakeholder need. And I think that, you know, that's kind of the underpinning of a lot of this. But maybe just in general, any thoughts or comments from the group? I think we'll walk through each of these and just kind of do a little bit of a back and forth amongst you all to see, you know, some general thoughts, any questions or comments on some of the sticky notes that you're seeing, potential concerns with working under that type of an approach. So just, you know, floor is open. Raise your hand and provide any thoughts, just general or detailed, on kind of what we're seeing on this page, or even examples in your area where things are already happening along those lines that you'd like to share as maybe a success or a potential path forward. So maybe I'll ask a more detailed question. In some of these areas where you're really focusing on restoration, is the prioritization a big piece of what you're dealing with? Is that a big stakeholder need? Neil, go ahead.
Yeah, I can give two examples. So one is the Park Service in the Northeast region, coastal parks. They have very little funding to do marsh restoration, but they have some. So they're trying to identify which marshes are actually worth saving and which ones aren't, with very limited funds. And so for that, we're doing an SDM process with very limited funding, but the idea is to just kind of set the framework, getting input from each coast. I think there's 9 or 10 coastal parks in the Northeast. So just getting all of their different values and needs together, but then using a geospatial framework to start the SDM process. So they're using geospatial data as the fundamental basis. So that is, that's a situation where there's so little money available that it's actually gonna be kind of easy, because they'll say, we've got X amount of dollars, what restoration technique can we actually do over X amount of acres, and which parcel should it be? So I think that's a potential success. We'll have to see. And then the other one is more abstract, and that's with Fish and Wildlife. Well, there's two different ones, but one of them is basically where we made a geospatial product that communicates to them what gains they would get from restoration. So it's almost like we just gave them a data product that shows them if they restore ditches, if they remediate ditches and ponds in some marshes, they could gain X amount of years from different restoration actions. So that way they can assign a dollar amount and then a number of acres and get an idea of what they'll get. So one's kind of starting at the beginning, the other one, we made something and now they're using it, but both are about prioritizing actions and parcels.
Great, thanks, Neil. Eric, go ahead.
One of the things we've been doing as part of that early stakeholder engagement with multiple local, regional, state, tribal agencies is you probably all have a name for it in your areas, but a climate change charrette. And we bring in kind of the leading scientists, whoever they are, from different perspectives. And then the engineers, the planners, permitters, the restoration practitioners, usually a lot of the land managers, and go through this process sort of over the course of a day of describing what these impact pathways may be, what some of the alternatives for the restoration that they are proposing might, how they might be affected or cause additional sort of effects downstream, such that just everything gets laid out on the table. And often through those, you know, even us scientists learn a lot of other sort of potential concerns and impact pathways. But the biggest success has been folks from, like, especially public works and maybe the restoration groups themselves, but practitioners often have been thinking about these problems for so long. And in a one-day meeting like this, realize there are several other potential near-term actions to explore. And so anyways, it's been real helpful. I think it sort of touches on a number of the things you just brought up in terms of how to get there.
Yeah. Great, that's excellent. Thanks, Eric. Karen, go ahead.
I presented on a couple of things during the talks yesterday. So the restoration areas have already been identified in our estuary. You know, there's maps, they've been decades in planning. But now with climate change and less sediment availability, there's more questions around feasibility. And so ourselves and others have been modeling what I would call feasibility, but like how much sediment do you need before you even breach it to make it, you know, actually a wetland within the near and long term. So kind of meeting both needs. And so trying to estimate how many cubic, you know, yards of sediment they need to dredge out of the bay. I mean, it's extremely complicated and expensive and lots of conveyance of materials around. And so basically doing scenario modeling and in the absence of a lot of data, but giving them these range of like, no, really, you have to put so many cubic yards to raise elevation to even make it tidal, not subtidal, is they're always surprised. And no, and these restorations are really important. They're protecting areas like Palo Alto and Google and Facebook and, you know, all these different infrastructures. So it's either you restore or you put up seawalls, and no one wants that yet. So the scenario modeling has been successful. The other case study I talked about is Dutch slough restoration in the Delta, and it's managed by the Department of Water Resources, but really what they're using that for is we're measuring kind of its habitat functionality and carbon sequestration. Anyway, but they want to use it as an example to sell to the state and funders on like, look how great restoration is for the community and ecosystems. Therefore, give us more money to do more. And so monitoring and being able to give them almost like real-time information within like, you know, months or years so that it can improve improve the conversation. But you're right, it's really close engagement. That proposal and study design was developed between the USGS and the Department of Water Resources. Like we wrote it all before we started together. So yeah, close communication, but those are kind of two, I think, success stories here.
Great, thank you, Karen. Tanya, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess in our landscape right now, at least in the Maumee, for example, or in Green Bay, we have metrics. We have these targets, water quality targets, but right now they're just still pretty far out of reach. And so I guess that's difficult because maybe our restoration targets are more on the landscape and shorter term, but are difficult to translate basin wide.
Right. Okay. Claudia.
Yeah, thank you. I think Karen already provided an answer to my question to some extent, but I was wondering how many other PS deal with that. So another slide talks a little bit more about ecosystem change and when do you have to consider that a certain restoration action is not feasible. So based on Karen, I heard that scenario planning would include sort of a feasibility assessment or considering future restoration targets that are maybe not feasible or restoration actions that might no longer get you towards those restoration targets. How often do you all deal with that issue of certain restoration actions will get you to the restoration target for the next 10 years or for the next 15 years, but won't provide you with the success that you aim for 50 years, for example? Like, how often do you include that in your discussions and models?
Great question, Claudia. Anybody have any insights?
Hey, Claudia. This is Greg. From the Louisiana master planning modeling process, they run 50-year model projections, and they identify the uncertainties associated as you move from decade to decade to decade to decade to decade. So they're and when they run their models, they're typically running a suite of restoration alternatives that are a composite of different restoration approaches and techniques. And when they do those evaluations, they then ultimately the model outputs are put into essentially a simplified benefits tool to look across land, habitat, water quality, different aspects of the system that they value. And they can then compare against a no action scenario as well as against those other alternatives. And so many times in the early stages of running those models, many projects fall out really quick because they aren't sustainable, or they aren't providing the benefits relative to the costs that would be associated with them. So yeah, at least with Louisiana, you'll quickly identify those things that have legs and those things that don't.
Thank you. That's great.
Karen, go ahead. You want to add something?
Yeah, I just want to add something to Claudia's. So we did a structured decision-making process, I don't know, a number of years ago now. I have a paper on it, but that's exactly what we talked about, was like, should we even still be restoring? Like, should we be shifting the mindset? And so it was like this intensive structured decision-making process, lasted a week, had stake. It was actually, we were super excited on the amount of people that showed up, every agency imaginable that had some sort of skin in the game. And the take home at the end of that was people weren't willing to, quote, give up yet and stop restoring, mostly driven by endangered species, because even short-term habitat was better than no habitat. But I can see in other locations that, and as money gets tighter, that ends up being a different decision. But I can tell you here, maybe because we're not seeing extensive loss, people are not ready yet. And they almost don't want to open that like box, right? They're like, don't say it, or they'll stop funding it. So yeah, I think it's really important though. But there has been a shift where people are willing to sort of like swallow that pill that maybe things are not going to work as planned.
Thanks, Karen. Would love to see that manuscript if you want to send it my way. Thank you.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. Mike, go ahead.
I was just going to add a layer of woe to this discussion in terms of us just being able to make sure that these dialogues happen with stakeholders. In our system, as Karen was saying, a lot of the restoration that gets done is getting done as a requirement of a Section 7 consultation. that, is had with reclamation or with reclamation in the Department of Water Resources or with other parties, where there's a specific analysis associated with listed species that's used to create the restoration requirement. And it's really hampered by the fact that the water agency who needs the consultation to operate has the power to decide what the term of the consultation is. So if it's a 25-year consultation, the analysis is basically for 25 years, or for 10 years, it's for 10 years, et cetera. And while the Fish and Wildlife Service or NOAA can analyze conditions going much farther out than that, they can't. It's difficult for them to impose conditions that go beyond what's necessary to keep things going for the term of the consultation. So it can get pretty difficult. And and the net result is that you end up having multiple restoration actions that were each created with a different set of management assumptions, et cetera. And you have to kind of figure out, overall what's going to happen. So.
Great. Thanks, Mike. All right, well, let's move on to the next question. I think, yeah, Breck, I think one back. There we go. So let's spend a little time talking about species. And I think we've got both aquatic native species, habitats, as well as invasive species. So a little bit of that species discussion here. And you can see in my groupings, a lot of kind of individual components over and above just that specific modeling and predictive tools. So any kind of the same approach, any, things you want to share from your landscape or observations related to native species and or invasives that kind of apply to this grouping of how to support stakeholder needs or stakeholder questions in that space. And maybe it's a lot of the similar discussion we just had. But I guess from a restoration versus, I guess it depends on how you view the species requirements. Is it more focused on restoring habitat or maintaining habitat, or is it focused on something more related to long-term impacts of whether it's native, or I'm sorry, invasive species, or potentially changes to habitat that would impact those native species? Okay, so I don't see any comments, or Dave's got something. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, some of the challenges with that is that, particularly for the vertebrate or invertebrate invaders, is this balance of how concerned do we need to be versus just keeping, monitoring the situation, because oftentimes it takes a decade or more for a population to establish, and in the meantime, that initial flush of concern tends to go away as these species become established, if they do, and then they can break out and have really severe consequences, whereas others just kind of percolate on or are really just a marginal part of the ecosystem overall. So again, I keep harping on taking a mechanistic approach to things to at least illuminate the idea that certain species have the capacity to really break out and have some impacts, whereas others may, under the conditions that prevail, may just stay as a minor player for a while and pay attention there. So it's a multifaceted thing. It's difficult to convey to stakeholders, and so I don't really know what the answer is there, other than that this is something that seems to come up in a variety of landscapes that we've worked in over time.
Great, thanks, Dave. Anyone else? Any thoughts, comments on this one? Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Dave, and I just want to add that in our system, we've had layers upon layers of exotic species introductions going back, 175 years. And that includes everything from plankton all the way up to, apex fish, predatory fish, and, plants, and basically everything. And there's a pretty strong sense among ecologists here that some of the effects that these exotic species introductions have had are actually taking decades, in some cases, many decades to play out. So it's almost as if we've got a, we've had what you might describe as a novel ecosystem, that's arising every 20 or 30 years. I mean, I'm maybe just exaggerating a little bit, but and just even understanding what's going on is basically a moving target.
Right. And I'll mention, I think that's very similar to what we see here in the Great Lakes as well. I think you've got those invaders that kind of stay below the radar. We know they're here, probably not that much of an impact. And then we have others that are pretty big out front. Gray-sanded mussels is kind of the top of the list that really, altered the ecosystem. And so kind of see both extremes. Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that, it just speaks to the importance of maintaining a food web perspective on this, because sometimes these interactions have very indirect pathways rather than the real obvious direct, say, predator prey type of interaction there. So, and again, the minute you get 1 degree of separation from a direct impact, that gets very, very difficult. And then you add delayed consequences too. That's kind of double jeopardy in terms of maintaining adequate awareness.
Right. Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to build on Dave's comment. Some of the stakeholders I talked to, it's even more complex than that. As climate change is changing and getting warmer, they're expecting some invasive species, plant invasive species, insects that feed on plants like the woody adelgid, potentially encroach in further areas and remove the eastern hemlock, which has strong potential implications for hydrologic flow, which may affect our resident trout species. So it's even more complex, and some stakeholders are aware that they don't know what to do with it. But we are, that's another, it's not an endangered species. It's a state listed species. That's another thing. A lot of our stakeholders are interested in state listed species rather than federally listed species as well.
Okay. All right. Well, we've got a few more to go through. So why don't we move on to the next slide, Breck? And again, we'll revisit all these again tomorrow. I know Ken is actively considering how to build this into the continued kind of focusing approach that we'll continue tomorrow. So now looking at more things related to sea level rise, wetland adaptation, coastal landscapes, vulnerability. Again, I did a little bit of a grouping here, and obviously modeling comes out again, but now we're starting to get into things like, satellite imagery and spatial links, and looking at some of those connections spatially over larger areas. And so anyone want to provide any comments, thoughts on this as far as approaches and or, impacts and priorities? Mike, go ahead.
So one really low hanging fruit, I think, from this group, I see this group of participants, we've got a tremendous group of coastal wetland ecologists that deal with this topic in different regions of the country. So some type of national synthesis where we compare the effects of sea level rise on coastal wetlands in the Chesapeake, the Everglades, Northern Gulf of Mexico, San Francisco, Puget Sound, I think would be really interesting and pretty easy to develop with this group.
Great, Mike. I know Ken's ears perked up when he heard that, because we've been talking about low-hanging fruit a lot in our discussions, and let's definitely make sure that we capture that in one of the parking lots as a potential, easy win. Davina, go ahead.
And I think just to add on to what Mike was saying, not just a synthesis or comparison of the effects of sea level rise, but really a comparison of the different methodologies and the models that we're all using. I think that could be really helpful. Neil kind of touched on that in his presentation with comparing like some of his metrics with our predictive models, but I think we could expand that out with everyone else that's on this call.
Excellent. Karen.
Yeah, I agree with Mike and Davina. I think one of the low hanging fruits, except it's not an easy thing to do, that I thought of is there's at least, a handful of us that have done predictive modeling. And we're all in our own areas, but if we could combine that into one tool or one location, so you're helping managers locally, but then also across the large landscapes, because there's regional and national managers like that. I mean, my stuff's very spatial, but it's currently not on a tool, and same goes for other people. So that's kind of one I've been thinking a lot about lately. And then seeing the examples presented yesterday were pretty amazing. So well done to those.
Perfect. And I know that, like I mentioned, that's exactly one of the outcomes that we were hoping that might kind of organically come out of these discussions as well. So hopefully that will be something that you can all follow up on. Okay, anybody else on sea level rise, coastal landscapes? Any other thoughts or comments?
John, I would jump in here. Sorry, I didn't get my hand up. Sorry, Mike, I just saw yours too, but I hit the mute button before I hit my hand up button. Let me just broaden this discussion a little bit. This was posed as sea level rise. We can't contribute directly to that, I think, in the Great Lakes, but it could be advantageous at some point to think about broader historic water level pattern impacts on coastal wetlands, right? Broaden a little bit, and then the challenges that I talked about could be weaved in and potentially contribute to the discussion, and vice versa. It might dilute strict, clearly sea level rise type of discussion, but it could be beneficial or offer some different insights. So we might think about that.
Great, thanks, Kurt. Mike, go ahead.
So I was actually going to say exactly what Kurt just said. I right away I thought, we're leaving out the Great Lakes. We're leaving out this huge coastline, all these coastal wetlands. They're not affected by sea level rise, but they are affected by water level change. So Kurt, that's exactly what I was going to say.
All right, Judy.
Yeah, for those of us that are working on marsh sustainability models, many of us are trying to get beyond just the sink or swim or drowning or living kind of thing. And we're trying to find, quantitative metrics of resilience, and trying to hopefully get to simple things, or things that when you're doing the modeling, you could see, well, how is that wetland doing through time, and not just, oops, it's going to drown in 30 years or 100 years or whatever. So that's something that we're really working on now in a model that I spoke about. Also, if you understand the process of marsh formation, so really understanding both organic and inorganic components, and every single system has both an accretion. Salt marshes have a lot more sediment. Tidal freshwater marshes have a lot more peat, but there is that interplay. And I think there's a lot of opportunity to make that a lot clearer to managers. I don't think managers really get that. And I think everyone just always talks about sediment, but it really depends on where you are, and if that wetland needs sediment or doesn't need sediment, and how you can boost its performance, its resilience, depending on, how you help it to perform better. So I think those are things that I've been working on, and might be really helpful to think about in the national sense.
Great, thank you, Judy. Okay, so let's we've got only about a half hour left. So I do want to get through all these, and I know we have a little bit of wrap up that we want to do. So let's go to the next slide, and we'll do the same thing. We'll talk. We'll kind of hit these last few. So this one more focused on land use and climate, and future climate impacts on habitat shifts, and kind of similar to the last one. So a little bit more. The modeling stayed. We see that. I think there was a little bit focus on stakeholders and understanding those needs, and then land use, land cover, remote sensing was kind of here as well. So I wonder now what folks think about this, and maybe this brings a little bit more of the inland areas into the conversation. But any thoughts, comments, considerations on this piece as far as looking at climate and land use? So I'll note when I read these and saw these groupings, it automatically brought me to, I think it was John's presentation yesterday, showing those very distinct changes, after a fire or after some other type of impact, and they didn't come back the same way. And that's exactly what I thought of when I saw this. Tanya, go ahead.
Yeah, so to me, this is another low-lying fruit because we do have, USGS has areas where they've focused on change over the historical record, but extending it into other areas where we have large stakeholder groups, I think would be a great step for communication and the foundation of some decision support tools. It would be really great.
Great, thanks, Tanya. Claudia, go ahead.
I apologize since I missed part of the discussion on the questions that are in the title, but I wonder if adding species range shifts would be helpful to this discussion, because there's sort of like two things that are important to track as we compare habitat shift and land use and how that interacts. But maybe that's not a concern of the stakeholders. I do hear it, but it's a different group of stakeholders, obviously.
Sure. No, but I think that's a good observation that they are somewhat connected. And this was kind of a very high level exercise just to kind of get some of those questions out, but that doesn't mean that those they don't have those similar questions in other places as well. Anyone else on kind of the big forward-looking, land use, habitat shifts resulting from climate? Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, let me get my camera on there. I guess when I'm working with this, it's tough to incorporate both of them into analyses because a lot of the climate projections are based off land use projections, but I put them in the models together anyway and acknowledge that. How have other people, addressed that at all? Because our stakeholders want both, right? Probably the more immediate pressing need is land use change in the next 10 years, what's going on. But then they also want climate change, which may be more long-term, although they know land use is constantly changing. So often struggling with trying to tease out, is it climate or is it land use change that they should be more concerned about? And I don't know, I know the charge with this group is climate. And I almost responded early on, be like, well, how can we ignore land use? But I guess we're not, right? It's baked into the process. But I'm just curious how other people have been addressing this. And that is potentially a low-hanging fruit. Tanya, there's a lot of work in different USGS centers working on both these topics. So I agree, it's probably low-hanging fruit if we get the data.
Great, thanks, Kelly. Let me, Tanya, before I go to you, let me just see if anyone has any response to Kelly's question about how folks are kind of dealing with that. Oh, well, Kelly has Tanya has an answer. So go ahead, Tanya, and then we'll go.
I was just going to briefly say when I was working in the Delaware, we actually linked hydrologic and land cover models. And one of the things was it wasn't just the abundance of different land uses, but it was actually their location. And so we were working with, a business as usual, where growth began next to growth. And what we were seeing was that growth tended to be situated on really specific landscape elements. And so in the end, it was actually having a feedback loop with the hydrology because, people were only developing in this one part of, the hydrologic environment. And so that, that leads to questions about connectivity, not just hydrologically, but, other ecosystem wise. So I think that sometimes we just kind of do the percentage, but we overlook the actual location.
Great, thanks, Tanya. Mike.
Yeah, good comment. Because in our system, the climate is a driver of land use change, as well as technology. I mean, we've seen the Corn Belt shift dramatically into the prairie pothole region, and corn and soybeans being kind of taking over the dominant types of ag in our system, and largely that's been driven by a combination of climate and technological advances of agriculture. And so those are things that are pretty hard to are pretty hard to sort of incorporate in a model with, when time is kind of the continuous, or is the thing that sort of correlates all of those things together. With the consolidation drainage project that we did, we changed our time reference point. We went back, it was largely a remote sensing project, but we went back into the 30s. So it took a lot of legwork to develop, to find and work with really old aerial photography. But it allowed us to kind of get a better, sense for what things were going on before we started seeing real market changes in climate. So it's one technique that might be possible. It's pretty laborious work though, because remote sensing techniques really start to fall apart when you are dealing with these old aerial photos. You end up doing pretty manual based remote sensing. So.
All right, great. Thanks, Mike. All right, one more from Tanya and then we'll move on.
Sorry, I was just going to say a flip to this is really because you were talking about where the corn and the soybeans are going in. And so, a lot of places, maybe some of you have worked with the Agricultural Conservation Framework tool, the ACPF. And in that case, they're specifically looking at where in the landscape, it's a USDA ARS tool. And they're looking specifically at where in the landscape putting specific conservation methods could make the most difference. And so in some cases, it's, new setbacks. In some cases, it's taking land out of production. And that's a great conversation because I'm not sure that, when it comes down to the producer, they're going to get paid the same amount regardless of which acreage they take out and things like that. But in terms of the hydrologic response or the connectivity, it really does matter where they put that parcel. And it's exciting to see that conversation happening, but right now it's only happening maybe at the watershed level. It's definitely not making it down yet in most cases to, the producers and the people who are dealing with those contracts, in my experience.
Great, thanks, Tanya. All right, Breck, let's move on to the next one. So now we're going to talk a little bit about conservation, adaptation, and a little bit of prioritization again. And so we saw decision support tools and modeling show up here, and a little bit of the land cover, land use change projections here as well. So maybe not all that dissimilar from the last conversation, but a little bit of a different focus. So any thoughts, comments on this this topic or this grouping? And it's okay if we don't. Karen, go ahead.
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, I think we'd be remiss not to talk about the species since I keep bringing it up. But I do think the tools are similar to what we've been talking about, which is either, habitat suitability or predictive modelings or, but that's assuming you have the information you need on what species need. I think I work with US Fish and Wildlife Service a lot, and this is obviously where their head is at. And same with the state. So there's a very, very big end user group here and engaged both private and public citizens. So if we're looking to make impact in some of the areas, this is a easy end user, meaning that they're right there and they're screaming for their sage grouse to be saved and endangered species and everything. So I just have that to comment. I'm sure everyone has their own stories.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Karen.
And I do want to mention we have lots of listed fish, which I think there's not too many fish people on this group. So and I'm not either, but yeah, endangered fish drive a lot of water management decisions here.
Right. Okay. And I'll just note, and we don't need a comment on this one, but you kind of brought in, some other folks that may not be part of the conversation. I noticed the eco-flows, eco-hydrology tag here as well. And I think that's one that, maybe we don't have a lot of those folks in this discussion, but that's something to keep in mind when we look at some of these adaptation and conservation topics. Okay, Breck, let's go ahead and move to the next one. So now this one is a little bit more related to endpoints and actions, kind of where are we shooting for? What does that endpoint look like? And not as many, but again, I don't know that everyone got a chance to get a lot of input on all of these. But a little bit on thresholds, predictive models is still there, land cover, and then a little bit about more monitoring and assessment and kind of tracking change and habitat suitability, things like that. So any general comments on this one as far as tools and approaches to address some of these topics? Or add things that you may not have had a chance to add before that you might still be thinking about. Feel free to do that as well. Okay, no worries. So let's move on to the next one. We've got a little bit more input on this one. So now this one is more looking at assessments and stressors. What are we trying to use as our guide, as to kind of track what are we making progress? And this one I noted we're a little bit all over the board. We had the modeling shows up again, and the connection between hydrology and biology. We had a little bit on land use. Stakeholders obviously are important. Thinking about putting it in context, and a little bit on decision support. But anything anyone wants to add on this one related to the stressors and assessments? Eric, go ahead.
I'll just clarify that upper left yellow one, decision support, trade-offs to surrounding ecosystem functions and land uses. We've just found here in the Northwest, often the effects of the planned restoration are not quite evaluated well enough. And then a few years down the road, they realize there's some detrimental impacts downstream or offshore to things that everyone cares about. So, for any of these projects to be really resilient and achieve their goals, it just seems like there's a lot of details to pay attention to and help evaluate that before, accidentally destroying something else.
Right. I think that's a really good observation. Anyone else on this one before we move on? Okay, Breck, go ahead. So this one's a little bit more focused on freshwater availability and habitats. And now we bring in the ecohydrology, landscape connectivity, modeling, remote sensing is still there, mechanistic models, and then a little bit thinking about the trajectory, where are things heading. So anyone want to chime in here with any additional thoughts, or again, maybe share some examples from your ecosystems related to kind of the freshwater focus? Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of examples. Freshwater availability, at least contemporary freshwater availability. Work with some former NACWA people developing observed and expected predictions of flow metrics that are related to biological endpoints. That's largely at a stream or a gauge location, not predicting into the future. But we also have some experience looking at, I think there were some talks about 2D modeling efforts and how alternate flow or precipitation events might affect that. I guess here the thing that'd be interesting is what the scale of the inference. Are we talking about, and what are people's experience? Is it one river system where you're focusing on a large river system, or, and I'll reiterate what Tanya said yesterday, going into small streams where you have to look at thousands of them, where we do a lot of predictive modeling. I think we do both of that in the Chesapeake Bay and other areas. but there's trade-offs with each approach, especially when you're tying it back to either habitats or species. So I don't know if other people had any experience with that. That's something we've got a lot of experience on this end that we can collaborate with. And I know there's a few people in fisheries, fish biologists like myself here. So some cross fertilization here too, I think.
Great, thanks, Kelly. Yeah, Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely reiterate what Kelly's saying there. And I think these questions really transcend all sorts of spatial scales and temporal scales. One element is some of our group work a lot with dam removal and essentially that whole continuum of dam operations and regulated rivers. All of that is changing with crumbling infrastructure, change in climate and change in demands. But that also, embedded within that are the rest of the watershed, the upper portions of the watershed, the smaller tributaries and things like that. So I think it's a very complicated, multi-dimensional effort that we really can't afford. I think we have to resist locking into a single scale because there's many facets to this that require different levels of resolution.
Great, good observations. And I know I see a lot of chatter going on right now on the chat there about some of this related to freshwater transportation. So just wanted to point that out as well. Okay, Breck, I think we have one more left that we want to get through, and then we'll spend a little bit. Oh, maybe that was it. I guess I was wrong. So let's go. But since we have this up, I'll just point out that we have started to see some of the failures or other information here showing up in the parking lot. So just wanted to note that was there. So why don't we start? I'll do a little bit of a debrief here on kind of where I think we're at. And I know Ken is actively thinking about how this all plays into tomorrow. So first thing I would like to say is thank you. I know when we started this session, we were still a little unsure about how we were going to work this. Part of it was driven by what we found out earlier this afternoon. So thank you for bearing with us as we kind of worked through a little bit of this on the fly to figure out the right approach to start to build some of these connections. But at least in my mind, I was really happy with this conversation and the discussion around these topics as we kind of worked through this over the last hour or so. So thank you for that. Thank you for engaging on each of these topics and staying engaged. I know now this is 2 days where we've put a lot of time into this. And so I know us as facilitators really appreciate that. Well, let me do this first. Let me just ask anyone here, the participants, any just general observations or additional comments from today's session that you want to put out there. We'll start with that. Okay, so seeing none there, I do want to ask Claudia, if you want to give a few perspectives. I know you haven't been able to stay on all the time, but I know you had some thoughts and some observations. So anything you want to give just kind of from the mission area perspective?
Yes, happy to. So again, I had to pop in and out a couple of times today, so I missed some of actually my favorite part of the program today, which is hearing about stakeholder needs, but I'll catch up through the notes. I really just want to say I appreciate everybody's time over the last 2 days to participate actively. This is amazing, rich discussion. I really appreciate all of the PS coordinators for putting this together. It's amazing how well you are facilitating on the fly. And from a programmatic perspective, since I've only been with the program now a year, this is the most helpful discussion I've sat in probably an entire year. Is when I get asked about the PS program, I can talk about one at a time, but now I finally can communicate to people in headquarters about the PS as a program across the nation. Because when I look through the slides, it's like there's so much commonality that for once, I think I can put together a 2-pager that I can more easily communicate the value that you all bring individually as a PS, but then also collectively. So this discussion has been extremely helpful to me as a learning experience, what you actually do So the first day was, I felt like a kid in the candy store. Was really just amazing what you packed into these 10 minutes. I'm looking forward to digging a little deeper on some of the publications you referenced. I don't want to get inundated, but if you think there's some key manuscripts that you think I should be aware of, happy to read out more. The bottom line is this has been an extremely helpful discussion so far. I like that so many themes that I hear in headquarters, ecohydrology, and others are like national perspective are picked up in this discussion. So I just think it's been amazing. And I look forward where you land tomorrow, because I hope I get invited to the follow-up workshop so I can learn more as you dig in. So thank you everyone for your time and active participation.
Great. No, thank you, Claudia. Thank you for, you've helped us kind of set the stage for this and the prior calls and now joining us here. So it's been excellent. So before I turn it over to Ken to kind of set the stage for tomorrow, let me ask any of the other coordinators, any parting shots for today, comments, observations from day 2? All right, I see some thumbs up, but nothing else. So, all right, Ken, I think I'll flip it over to you and let you kind of set the stage for tomorrow.
Thanks, John. I think that sounds great. And, I guess a couple quick thoughts, and then we'll get into the process we're going to follow and how we're going to move forward. So first off, your feedback's been fantastic. It was sort of mentioned earlier, this a little bit of a worry. Would we be getting enough feedback? Would there be enough content? You've sure exceeded our expectations. If anything, made it a little tough in that regard, but I feel like this is a special group, and we've sort of caught lightning in a bottle of saying, man, we've wanted to work on these cross PES or cross landscape efforts for a while, and we finally have this really good forum. So thanks everybody for that. I think that's fantastic. So a little bit of a reminder, as you'll see, we're trying to build these themes, and we've talked about this is a progressive approach. So yesterday was sort of everyone putting everything out there they're doing. Today, we're looking for kind of brainstorm about common approaches. So tomorrow morning, we're going to try to refine that even further. Not that anything's going to disappear from the list, but we're going to try to get your feedback on that. And, what I would think about is if today was more brainstorming, tomorrow's going to be more synthesis. And what do I mean by that? I'm trying to avoid calling it prioritization, because when I say prioritization, it means there's winners and losers. More synthesizing the content, getting your feedback on the information, refining our common threads, organizing the information in a way that other people who weren't participating today can understand it. I mean, there's so much we've got to organize. And then the way I describe it is it's a first cut at next steps. It's not going to be final decisions. It's not going to be winners and losers. It's that first cut of what we think are sort of the most productive ways to go forward, but a couple caveats here. A couple folks mentioned in this last session, not everyone's here. It's a smaller cross section of subject matter experts. So that's why we come back to this idea. We're not making any final decisions on day 3, but rather we're trying to come up with the list of most likely next steps. So what I want to do is just continue to challenge everybody to go ahead and keep your big picture hat on. It's not going to be about funding or projects as much tomorrow, but it's going to be about what's the most impactful way to move forward, what look like some of the greatest priorities that we could go forward with. So take that approach of what can USGS be doing to meet the highest stakeholder needs possible going forward with this group. So I think if we keep that focus, what approaches and tools can we expand to meet stakeholder needs as an agency? I think we're going to land in this real sweet spot. So that's kind of what we want to do. All right, so how are we going to go forward? The organizer is going to meet again tonight, I think from 7 to 9. We swore off alcohol last night. We're going to try to do the same tonight. So we'll get together. We're going to continue to sort of identify, take the list of common themes, aggregate some items, consolidate or, move some pieces around, get that organized. We'll review your feedback on what you can export to other landscapes and your feedback on what you can import to your landscape. And then the information today on stakeholders. So kind of those 4 big pieces. we're going to try to aggregate that a little bit, or I'm coming back to that idea of synthesize it. We'll present an updated synthesis to you tomorrow. And then we're going to talk about it a little bit. We'll ask, what did we miss on? What needs to be added? What needs to be removed? Or what needs to be maybe separated into separate items, that kind of a thing. We'll revisit the timeline piece that came up in the first discussion session today. And then we'll probably, depending on schedule, we'll get into a couple discussions about impact. Sort of some next level evaluations. We'll do some Menti exercises, get feedback. And that will position us going into our last discussion session. So I should have prefaced it. Most of what I just shared with you is our first discussion session tomorrow, where we synthesize and organize information. Then we've got a final discussion session in the afternoon. That's, I think, Nick, I think you're still going to lead. No, oh, it's Greg. All right, Greg, welcome. Welcome back, I should say. And so we'll have a wrap-up session where we really try to look forward and say, okay, for this second workshop, based on some of our assessments of impact and timeline, how would we structure this? Give us some feedback. And it might not be the same group. Nick mentioned that on day one. It might be a different group, and that's fine. But we'll really get your feedback on how we would organize and pull off a second workshop. So that's where we're going. So I know there's so much in the way of Post-it notes and common themes and all that. We're going to organize it, and tomorrow we're going to refine that list. So we will have a detailed plan for you all. We've got one more afternoon, and I'm really looking forward to it. I know all the organizers are. We're absolutely blown away by the content. So with that, I'll pause and ask any of the organizers have anything else to add before we say have a good rest of your day and we talk tomorrow. All right, y'all have been great. Have a good evening or good rest of your afternoon if you're West Coast. We'll talk tomorrow.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye.